YouTube stream should be live. Okay. Now let's see. I guess I should have tested this beforehand. What are we going to Stockholm? I'm not going to Stockholm, so nothing. I would play just the Miraidon list that I played at Vancouver if I was going, though. You appreciate 23 months there, Dank. 2 Azul streams in 1 day. He's definitely back on the grind. Yeah, and if you're on YouTube, it's 3 now. All right. Dude. This music thing shouldn't be complicated either, because like all my settings are correct, which is just like really annoying. Really annoying. You think about Terapagos Zard? It just seems bad. I mean, I think Charizard is just bad right now in general. If you're talking about like Journey Together, it's still just bad, I think. because Dragapult's just too good, probably. Also, you don't have Radzard anymore. Yeah. All right. And at first I got to get YouTube chat working again. Okay, cool. So we should see. All right, now I'm gonna play the music, and YouTube chat, you need to let me know if you hear the music or not. If you do, I'm just gonna be tilted. Well, but I need to know if you do though. Facebook streamer hasn't streamed in 2 weeks. I hear it already. No, the lo-fi stuff. Wait, do you hear the non-lo-fi stuff? Lo-fi? You're not hearing Matchbox 20 Unwell? There's music? Yeah, but what kind of music? All right, hang on, actually, let me just turn off the other music. All right, do you hear any music now? Really low lo-fi? I can turn it up a little bit. Just lo-fi? Okay, dude, literally all I did was close. Well, actually, OBS did reset some of my other settings, so I'm actually kind of glad this happened. OBS did reset some of my other settings, which is kind of annoying, but I was able to... so, I mean, maybe it was like a good thing. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I didn't want it to happen, but the fact that it happened is like fine, because it reset some of my video settings as well, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Why does it have it like that? What software do you use to send audio to different platforms? It's just all in OBS. All right. Got the audio working. Got the stream working. Got the video working at the quality that I want to be. Appreciate 23 months there. Dank, appreciate the 4 months there. Love Penguins, appreciate the 4 months there. Lame Men Walk. Appreciate it. Appreciate the 4 months there. Vamp Tato. Appreciate the 5 months there. Zapaza. Appreciate the 10 months there. Fields. Appreciate the prime sub there. Braga. 7 months coming in from Brim. Appreciate it. 12 months from Aproch. Appreciate it. I appreciate the 4 months there, Mike. Are you a Gholdengo Dragapult believer? I don't know. I'm not. But it wouldn't shock me if the deck was like actually good. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say I'm a believer. What's on Roaring Moon Zoroark? What's Zoroark? Roaring Moon seems pretty bad without Dark Patch, for sure. Appreciate the 50 months there. Who do you say I am? Appreciate 2 months there. It's the Friday. Does Guardy still stand a chance? It seems like it does, for sure. I mean, Guardy's kind of a broken Pokemon, so it's definitely worse, but You see the Miraidon list with 2 Roxannes from Vancouver? Looks very cool. I did, yeah. I have thought about Roxanne in Miraidon. I just haven't had time to try it out. 2 is a lot, but I understand like the reason you're playing 2. You want to try and hit it more consistently. So it's interesting. The Roxannes are interesting for sure. Definitely interesting. How representative is the meta in Japan compared to what usually happens to the rest of the world? I assume you're asking, how does what happens in Japan like affect everyone else? And I would say not a ton. I mean, sometimes more than others, just kind of meta dependent, but it's not like the end all be all. Also, like Japan has had, the thing is with Japan as well, they only have 1 major tournament. That's it. They have 1 major tournament each format. So it's like not, yeah, actually I would say very little. Like their 1 major tournament is kind of like the starting point of the meta, but the meta is like a constant progression. Like you can only move forwards in time kind of deal. You can only move forwards in the meta. The meta only evolves. It doesn't de-evolve or stay stagnant. It only evolves until it's like theoretically solved, but metas are never solved before like a new set comes out or rotation happens. So like Japan is just the beginning of the meta, and then from there. Japan's best of 1, so the meta is very different. Nope, it's not true. Meta 1, best of 1 does not change that much about what Japan does or doesn't play. And very different is definitely incorrect. Best of 1 versus best of 3 changes very little about what decks are the best decks and what decks aren't good. It might affect some little things, like when Stall's really good, it probably won't perform in Japan very well, which is reasonable. But no, very different is not a term that is accurate to discuss the differences of Japan and not Japan. Or it should be like Japan versus TPCI kind of. Okay. Thoughts on the Mamoswine deck? Seems like it's probably not great, but I'm excited to try it out for sure. Wait, Journey Together out? Nope, comes out next week. What's up, big bro? What's up, C-Tran? What's up, David? What do you say is a reasonable time? Just time to cut off testing other decks and settling in on what you want to play going to like a regional like Atlanta? Probably like 2 weeks before the tournament. It's a little bit different with new. Appreciate the 7 months there, Isaac. And welcome to the pack there, Nerf Wrangler. A lot of stuff. We got plenty of. Appreciate the 59 months there, bro, Professor Elm. Any changes you would make to your Vancouver deck, like research? No, I don't think so. I just play the same 6E. Like I'm not often like that confident in, like for most tournaments that I play in, I wouldn't say something like, but if you run back Vancouver, I think I'm in top cut. Like if we just resimulate Vancouver, I think I'd be in top cut. I don't say that often though. Yeah, I don't say that often, but I think if you ran back Vancouver, I'd be in top cut. Like I would bet on it. But I would say that about very few tournaments. Usually I'm not that confident in like my meta predictions or like the list that I brought or like my play. Playing the same deck? Yeah, if I played the exact same 60 at Vancouver, I wouldn't change a card from Vancouver. Why? Because I think the list that I played was that good for the meta. It was my play that lacked a little bit. Like there was a possibility to have won 2 sets that I lost. Like I went X and 3, but 2 of the sets that I lost, I could have won if I had played better. I'm not guaranteed. I still could have lost them, but would I play Vancouver? Miraidon. Appreciate 30 months there, lucky boy. Does it feel good when you lose because of play instead of deck choice because it means you can improve, or does it feel bad because you squandered a chance? No. It feels I mean, the only thing I ever get like frustrated about is like losing because I played bad. That's it. Yeah. Hazel, what do you think about Dunsparce as a draw engine over Noctowl? I wouldn't really compare the two things. I mean, yeah, it's not a very. I don't have a great answer for that question the way it's worded. The Dunsparce will be correct to play in some decks. Noctowl will be good correct to play in some other decks. Where'd you go wrong? I misplayed in the last round of day 1 and then the first round or second round of day 2. What made you go to Prime over Box? Prime is just better against Dragapult and Guard 4. And then a lot of other matchups is pretty neutral. Like I would say strong, like Prime Catcher I would say is stronger against honestly, I'd maybe even say Prime Catcher is stronger against Gholdengo. Dude, Prime Catcher is just so much better. Prime Catcher is just so much better. Area 0 is like maybe mirror match. Area 0, the strength. Yeah, that's where Area 0 might be stronger. It might be like mirror match. Appreciate 34 months there. Shiny Maple. You think the poison variant of Archaludon has potential? No clue. I mean, probably. I mean, I guess I would just say for my current knowledge of the format, yes, it has potential. Dream match against Lucas Ying, you hit double energy every Jenny. That was so nasty. I didn't even realize that in the moment, but apparently, yeah, I hit 2 energy off every generator. You appreciate the 14 months there, hockey dude. Do you think we'll ever see Zard in any real competing decks again, or is it pretty much gone? Yeah, we probably will. Yeah. Zard is, it's just like, that's like kind of like a pointless thought to have, or kind of a pointless question, because like Zard is just a really good card, just because it's not good in the meta now. The meta changes with every set release and rotation, and sometimes the meta naturally evolves from a deck being a really bad play to a really good play. So like, yeah, if a card is good, it's good. It doesn't really matter if it's bad now. It definitely has potential to be good again. But that's like, it's like not a question to ever ask about good cards. There's sometimes where like a deck is good for a certain meta, but it's overall not that good of a deck, or its cards aren't that good. I guess you could ask that question about those decks. But something like Charizard is never worth like even thinking about. It's just like, it's bad now, but it's not even worth thinking about whether or not it'll be good or bad in the future, but definitely has the potential to be. No good cards are ever truly dead in the Pokemon TCG. Although it is possible. Like, Charizard is pretty bad right now, as far as I know. It's possible Charizard is bad until it rotates, but there's a higher chance that it'll probably come back and be good at some point. Appreciate 13 months there, bad builds. I just don't like questions like that in general because it's like, who cares? We'll find out when the meta changes. You think Steven's Metagross is comparable to Zard in terms of power level? I don't know. Thinking about those kind of things is silly. It doesn't matter about comparing it. It does have potential though. The card seems pretty good. Yeah, trying to make comparisons like that just doesn't matter. It's just like irrelevant to think about stuff like that. You don't need to like have a comparison for something. It just is what it is, and if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. But the Metagross does seem pretty good. It's a pretty powerful ability. It's a pretty powerful ability. It's got the potential for sure. You think Zoroark is worth the play? I assume you're saying that kind of in more like a question of like a deck you're gonna play for a while and you're trying to be competitive with. Zoroark doesn't seem that good. Zoroark seems like okay. And it's not gonna. I thought new Ends Pokemon were gonna come out, so I'd be like, then I would have been like, oh yeah, there'll be like new Ends Pokemon at some point, and then Zoroark will get even better. But Zoroark doesn't seem that good. You prefer Yu-Gi-Oh or potatoes? Potatoes. Would you rather eat 100 grapes or 2 lemons? Probably 100 grapes. Zoroark is really fun to play. The deck looks cool, but yeah, I don't think it's like it doesn't seem like a good long-term investment if you're trying to like lock in on a deck for a while. Which seems like how you're asking the question. What is the best way to play Zard? I have no clue. They're all bad. They're all equally bad. Zoroark's the new Regidrago. I mean, if you're just talking about in terms of a card that can use multiple attacks, sure, but once again, it's like pointless to like, make those comparisons. As well as In-N-Out better than Smash Burger? I think so, yeah. I'm a big In-N-Out fan. As far as burger chains go. Appreciate 22 months there, Winnie. Appreciate the 11 months there. Trophics. You think it's better to learn a specific deck in a meta and commit to it, or be able to learn a wide variety of options? Technically a wide variety of options, but usually it's too time consuming for how much time any one person has to put into the game. So to optimize for best outcome, it's to probably lock in on one deck to some degree. What's your opinion on the new bench barrier? I think it's like a good upgrade to what bench barrier has been in the past, and might be like essential, like to allow sniping to exist in the format and the meta and be healthy. Having some kind of bench barrier is probably just like essential. Having some kind of bench barrier is essential to be able to keep up with being able to have snipe Pokemon exist in the game. But I think Shaman is like a vast improvement on bench barrier that we've had previously. It's not like really a catch-all, but it does do what the kind of like the biggest part for sure. Like the thing that snipe is most toxic, it like prevents that, which is just like killing all your Dreepies before you get to play the game kind of thing. Kind of sucks that the Terras have built-in bench barriers because it invalidates the limitation of Shaman. I mean, that's just for like right now though, Floral. Like the Shaman is like Terra Pokemon will start to rotate and Shaman will still be here. And even then, every Pokemon that coming out after this point is not a Terra Pokemon. So like you're not wrong, but like it's really not that big of a deal. Like the game is gonna, you know, continue to evolve. And I think the idea of what Shaman is the more important thing. Is like that will probably be what future bench barriers look like, with like more restrictions. Not really as much of a catch-all. So it's kind of just like a good sign for the future. So like the next bench barrier is going to be something more similar to Shaman, or maybe even have more restrictions on what it protects, right? So it's kind of just like a good thing for the future of the game, I think, more so than anything. How's Vancouver? I heard the food was mid. Dude, I actually got to eat at some decent places. The food's pretty good in Vancouver. I don't know who you talk to. The food's pretty good in Vancouver, though. I don't know who you talk to. And I actually had a good chance to go to quite a few decent places and not just like ordering pizza every night, because food was fire. Yeah, Ridgeway knows. Yeah, it's pretty good. The food there is pretty good. I mean, if you're in any major city, it's hard. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to find good food places in like any major city. Like, it's like you have to kind of like you messed up if you're in a major city, and like in Vancouver specifically, like we're like in downtown. Where like the convention center is and everything. So if you found bad food, it's on you. It's on you if you found bad food in a major city like that. Unless you're in London, then I can't help you in London. No one can save you there though. Appreciate the 61 months there, JCar. Appreciate the 5 months there, Flippy. Did you give a tip when getting food? Canada? I don't even remember if I did or didn't. I probably did just by default, but I forgot that you don't tip in Canada, right? Yeah, I probably did. What do you think will be better? Draw to Dunsparce or River Room? Probably the Dunsparce is a better card on average. I just deck dependent though. It's like there's not a good answer for that. It's just deck dependent. If there's a deck out there that plays a lot of basic energy and wants them in the discard pile, you're gonna play River Room. Because like River Room is the more powerful card. It just works with less decks. It's less flashable. Am I weird for bringing my own meals for 2 days when I go to majors? French, by the way, if that matters. I think yes. I would say it's probably not the norm. However, if you are driving, or if you have like if there's a grocery store near you, I mean, doing that is like pretty reason. Like it's not unreasonable. You have to put a little bit more effort in, obviously. Like, but like if you go to like if you have like a fridge in your hotel room, you go get sandwich stuff at the thing, or if there's a microwave in your hotel's lobby or whatever. I mean, you can honestly live. You could like a Pokemon trip can be pretty cheap if you drive, or if you fly something like Spirit Airlines or something like that, like the cheap airlines. Fly cheap airline, and then stay at a cheap hotel, and then you actually just go to a grocery store instead of actually like eating out at all. How much weight do you give to City League results? See a few vids on YouTube. referencing them at the moment. Like 0. Why do you get a hotel with friends rather than Airbnb with friends? Airbnbs can just be hard to find one that's like close to the venue sometimes. That's about it. Airbnbs are pretty good. Honestly, the quality of Airbnbs though has gone down a lot. Me and my groups used to use Airbnb a lot. We start to use it less though because I feel like the quality of Airbnbs went down a lot in general. You appreciate 13 months there, Chris. Appreciate the 5 months there, Royal. Yeah, I definitely feel like the quality of the Airbnbs has gone down a lot. But pre-COVID, yeah, we used to do Airbnbs a lot. And it is kind of nice to have like a house, to be honest. It is kind of nice. But appreciate 21 months there, Austin. If you make an account with a specific chain of hotels, you can build up reward points. You can improve rooms, hotels way better. Yeah. You think Miraidon still lives? I'm currently testing a build that runs Joltik and heavy batons for hands and Regigigas for hitting pulse as other terras. That's actually interesting. Actually, the Regigigas plus the tool card is actually really cool as like an answer to them. If they don't KO your hands, you're gonna win through hands. If they KO your hands, I think Future Hands might just be the better deck. But honestly, I think Iron Hands is like pretty good right now in general. The problem with Gigas is weird though, because if you Joltik to the Gigas, they're just gonna kill your Gigas. And if you Joltik to hands, you baton your hands, and then they can kill your hands or they can't play vacuum anymore. I guess they can play jamming tower, but no one plays jamming tower. But the thing is, they can just like kill your hands with spread. Like they're not gonna, because they can just spread kill it. You appreciate the 53 months there, Kohler. So they can like bring up something out. They can punch your hands and then bring up something else and kill your hands with Dragapult spread, and you don't get the baton. So I think the big question for hands decks right now is just Gigas is also eligible for baton. So you bench 2 Gigas and put a baton on one of them and Joltik to it. That's the I think any kind of Iron Hands deck would be just best to ignore. It would be best to build an Iron Hands deck with the idea of just kind of ignoring Dragapult. Is Portland before or after new set? After, yeah. Actually, what is it, before or after the next new set? Oh, it's got to be before. I think NAIC is the first tournament with the next new set. So it's like Journey Together comes out, and then there we have all the tournaments, and then the next new set comes out, and then we have NAIC. I think is going to be the schedule of things. Yeah. Hands decks. What's a Dragapult? But the thing is Dragapult even good? Like Clefairy's in like every single deck right now, right? Like everyone has Clefairy. You don't think it's the most popular deck in Atlanta? Pult? Why would it be? Isn't everything just text to beat Pult? Like everything plays a tech to beat Pult. It feels like Pult's not that good right now. Pult's still topping at 19% in Japan. Oh, is it really? Sheesh. Doing a buy list today? We are, yeah. Yeah, the plan for today, I said it last. We probably have more new people in here, so I'll go through it again. Plan for today, do the buy list, and then I'm gonna start working on some Journey Together decks. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do more Journey Together decks, and then Thursday, probably gonna do some... Honestly, I kind of want to play in a tournament. So Thursday, we're gonna do a dude stream, one final dude stream for the format. I'll reset the dude submitter, and then for... Friday, I'll probably play in the Doom tournament, and then I don't know, maybe I'll just like, yeah, play in the Doom tournament, something like that. Yeah. And then yeah, Doom tournament on Friday, And then Saturday, Sunday, we have Stockholm. I'm gonna restream Stockholm. So I have to get up at like 3, 4 a.m. for that. But I'm down for that. And then I'm not gonna be streaming. I'll be streaming again next week on like Wednesday, Thursday. Well, Thursday the new set comes out, so I'll definitely be streaming then, obviously. When is live update with the new set again? Usually they do it on Tuesday. The update's on. Oh wait, yeah. I guess it's a good thing I'm not gonna be streaming on Tuesday. This PCG Live won't even be live. But I guess I can still like do more decks. Talk about more decks. Thinking a Bolt for Atlanta. We're worried about its strength. I'm very comfortable with it though. Would you recommend stay with what I know or switch to something stronger and learn it? Terapagos. Bolt seems pretty. I did just say this earlier. I said I like recommended Bolt as like a starting, but honestly, Bolt does seem. Man, I haven't like really thought about the new format 2 match, but Bolt seems kind of bad. What does Bolt even beat? 5 says the ladder ends in 1 week, 1 day, so the set might release on Wednesday. No, it should still be Thursday. Have you played any pre-releases from this format? No. Yeah, I feel like Bolt's just kind of bad, right? Also on Brute Night Archaludon build. It's interesting. Bolt with Noctowl. Oh, that's how everyone's been running it, but doesn't Bolt just fold to them looping Clefairy attacks, which isn't even hard for a few decks? Yeah, it's like I feel like Bolt loses to Terapagos. Bolt loses to Terapagos, and then here's the 4 months there, T. Here's the 3 months there, Zach. Bolt loses to Terapagos. Bolt loses to. I mean, your Dragapult matchup is tough. Maybe Bolt does just kind of suck. I don't know. I have to actually like play with the deck. Yeah. There's gonna be BDF for a while when it comes out. Terapagos, it does seem like the best deck for sure. Wallace destroys Bolt, I think. That also seems like a bad matchup as well. Appreciate the 2 months there, Artie. Best counter for Terapagos, in my opinion, is Bouffalant Turtles. I've seen some Boof Turtles lists floating around recently. I've seen a couple on Twitter. I saw one for last format, but I've been seeing some for this format too. What sleeves do I usually use? Matte Dragon Shields. Always Matte Dragon Shields. Is the optimal Feebas post rotation? I have no clue. Because we're losing the Eccentric one, right? I want to get into the TCG, but I don't know much about the game yet. Are you able to be really good without relying on the RNG much? Yes. RNG is not really that big of a factor in the Pokemon TCG. Are we going to get a Stockholm Metafy, meta discussion on Metafy? That's already up on Metafy, yeah. It happened yesterday. How good do you think Zoroark is going to be for Atlanta? Probably not great. The deck just overall is not that great, though. I don't think it even has anything to do with meta. Like, Zoroark is just not that good. You keep up with City League deck lists to see what's being played? Yeah, sometimes. I haven't looked at it in a while. We'll probably look at some City Leagues today, though, to be honest. That's something we could do. We could actually start with that. We could start by looking at City Leagues, just see what's doing well over in Japan post the Champions League. Appreciate the 29 months at Raw. Welcome to the right back there, Evan. You get a different Japan's got a new set though. Yeah, when is there... You have to check March 9th and earlier because Japan have got a new set last Friday. Oh, did they already get the new set? Wait, then we have Champions League Miyagi coming up before Atlanta even happens. Appreciate 36 months there, Sunny. Oh, they already got the Yen Mega. Dude, what did they get in this set? I have to check. What'd you say? March 9th and before? Because after that, they got the new set. They have Ethan's and Cynthia's already. Bro, this is so Japan had got 2 sets before. Well, they got joined together another set before we had the other set. I guess it just always happens. So to be honest, yeah, I guess we're always just behind. Appreciate the 19 months there, Justin. Yeah, I guess we're just always like super far behind, right? Today's the new set drop on live. No, the new set comes out next week. You play at your locals at all? No. All right. We will never be on the same page. It kind of feels like that way at this point, to be honest. It's just like not even worth. It's just so annoying. It's so annoying how desynced we are, though, I guess. Like that's like the annoying part is how desynced we are. No matter how many sets come out, Zard will say it's the best deck. Trust. I don't know about that one, Lucky. It's announced that One Piece CCG is going to sync Japan and the West in 2026. I wonder why Pokemon won't sync. I don't know. That's pretty cool to hear, though, for One Piece. Because I know that it basically... I mean, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically the same thing as Pokemon in terms of being desynced. Yeah. That's cool for One Piece, though. I wish we had that. Like, that's like a missing piece from our competitive circuit, to be honest. Is being synced up with, like, the whole world being synced. You use about 2 sets desynced, yeah. Yeah, it's basically what we have to deal with. Yeah, and they also have different ban lists. Oh yeah, I've heard that before too about Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, different ban lists. Does Terrabox play Cornerstone? Some probably do now though. Some probably do now for sure, yeah. It's also interesting that in Japan, when sets come out, they're instantly legal, where here it is 2 weeks after release. 2 weeks after release, I think is better though, to be honest. There's like a, because you don't want to have like some, you want to like to have like the skill gap be the main determining factor in competitions, not like being able to get cards faster than someone, which gets introduced. If you're allowed to play with cards literally immediately, then like the wallet diff gets added to the equation. The 2 weeks is definitely like optimal for sure for competition. Like set releases, then they don't become legal for 2 weeks. Is definitely optimal because you don't want there to be a wallet diff in the acquiring of cards. You want it to be like a skill diff, or even like a connection diff, where it's like if you know someone who's opening like a bunch of packs, like if you're just friends with someone at a store who opens a bunch of packs before and you can get all the cards you need. But then you have like someone else who can't and like needs to order cards, but then they're not going to arrive before the tournament this weekend when the set releases on Friday. Then 70 months there. Bisco, appreciate the 14 months there. Shaolin. Who's going to be best for singles and journey together? Most players are moving away from opening anymore. I mean, it's just got to be going through TCG Player. Is that true though, Ridgeway? Are like stores like are a lot of stores not opening singles anymore? Like opening packs to have singles? What are you most excited to try out and journey together? Honestly, probably Zoroark. Like I said, I don't think the deck is like that good overall. The deck's like fine, but Zoroark's pretty cool. Will Soul King do as well as it did in Japan? I don't know. It depends how good the deck is. Yeah, I don't think Full Grip does anymore. Does Full Grip not sell singles anymore? I'd be surprised by that. They sell singles. Oh, but they don't like rip new product. But they don't rip like they used to. Okay, that makes sense. So was your tweet about the 2K ladder hinting that you're gonna grind ladder? No, I was. So what my tweet was, I want to get some information on what I wanted was trying to get at with that tweet, Abon, was I want to do a not for this upcoming reset, but on ladder reset, I wanted to host like a race to X competition, where the idea is like, so it sounds like race to 2K is not feasible, but I was thinking maybe doing like a race to 1800 or something, and then I would try and get like at least $1,000 prize pool, so like the winner would get $1,000, and then the other thing would be you have to stream every single game. Like, so it wouldn't just be geared towards streamers or content creators, but you would have to stream every single game, because I would want to, I'm trying to create some kind of content out of it. I would want to be able to like watch people as they play their way up to whatever. So that'd be like the only things that I would have as like qualifications. I think I'd also be like fine with people like having multiple people be on, like you can be in Discord calls, you could have multiple people playing a game, but I would want to have, I think the whoever like stream it is, you'd have to be there at all times, for every single game. But yeah, I want to do something like that. I don't want to do it with like every set release. Like I wouldn't want to do it for like the upcoming ladder reset, because I'm going to be streaming like the new set. But yeah, I want to do so maybe like the next ladder reset, I'll do something like that. Yeah, so like for the next ladder reset, I think I might do that, like race to 1800 is what we can call it. Race to 1800, and it would just be, yeah, anyone can participate. You just have to stream every single game, and the first person to get to 1800, you know, I would do it like a minimum prize pool of $1,000, but might as well just Venmo me and Liam right now. No need to do the whole comp. I gotta get some content out of it. Hazel, my girlfriend is upset that I spent our rent money on a Milwaukee regional strip, but I believe in myself and the grind never stops. Hype me up, King. Let's get it, Somali. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta believe in yourself. You gotta bet on yourself. Girlfriends come and go, but Pokemon's forever. Yeah, but Pokemon is forever. Yeah, I definitely wanted. That's what I was curious about. But yeah, it sounds like 2K is probably not feasible, but like 1800, 1750 or something like that would probably be the target. It would definitely have to be like a thing over multiple days, probably, for sure, because like when you initially get to Arceus, there's no one else in Arceus to play against, so it'd be like a 2-day, maybe 3-day till the first person gets to 1800. But I guess someone could probably do it in like 24 hours. Just enter that clip. Thanks, big dog. Chat, I'm locked in. Because like once you get to Arceus, if there's no one else in Arceus, you don't have anyone. You literally can't play against anyone else. So you have to wait for other people to get to Arceus. So there would be like a little bit. There'd be like hiccups throughout the climb for sure. Is there a cap? What if someone sends a 24-hour grind? It's just how much anyone wants to play. Yeah, there wouldn't be a cap. Well, one small problem is if you have to live stream, is there a worry about stream sniping if prize pool is significant enough? I mean, you could have a delay on a bond, or you could do a hand blocker. Like, I'd be fine with both those things. Like, you'd have a delay or a hand blocker. Like, it depends. It would just be on you what you want to do as far as precautions go. But like, it couldn't be anything. You can't like block the whole screen. Obviously, it would have to just be a delay or a hand blocker. And if there's like reports of like actual sniping, then those people could be like disqualified from the actual tournament, obviously. Yeah, because you literally just throw on like a minute delay and you should be fine. Yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, not with this upcoming ladder reset, but like the next one maybe. Because this one is happening with the new set release, so. How long does it take to climb from the reset to Arceus? How long does that actually take? Does that take very long? $55 wins. About 40-50 games. Wait, 40-50 games or 40-50 wins? 50 wins if you lose 0. Okay, so it is like a little ways. I mean, maybe we could just do like race to Arc. We could do like a race to Arceus for sure. If you play 3 hours, if you play decks like Dawn and Scoop when you don't like your hand. $44-0 or 54x. Oh, if you keep the win streak going the whole time. Appreciate the raid there, Team GG. Not to erase the arc, that's really lame. Yeah, I think doing it like the race to 1800 would be definitely better for sure. That would definitely be optimal. But yeah, that's the plan for not this upcoming reset, but the next one. I'm gonna try and put that together. All right, let's take a look at these leagues. I think this is the scene I have set up. Why don't you like high rarity cards in your builds? I just don't think they look better than base art. In most cases, I think they look worse than like minimum rarity. Appreciate the 90 months there, Polyswag. I think I've been able to cash from TCG Live event, so I can't lose my deck. Is there any way to disable the Twitch plugin overlays? Yeah, I think on like the right-hand side, Grizz, if you click on that, you can like disable them. There should be something you can click on the right-hand side and then disable them. If they print Electro Power for Dark, so Zoroark can be good. I don't think they're gonna do that. Would that even be enough to make the card good? I don't even know if that'd be enough. I don't even know if that'd be enough to make the card good. Hazel, a couple questions about your USC van list. Are you going first or second blind? Also, was Cologne for Klefki or a different matchup entirely? Klefki and Lost Box, so you can get through the Pikachu. Can like theoretically be used in mirror match as well for that same reason, but it's not as relevant or doesn't come up as often. Appreciate the prime sub there, Redwood. And I was going blind first, I think, at Vancouver, if I remember correctly. Yeah, blind first at Vancouver, because even up against the only matchup you want to go. It's funny as well because like, well, I don't know for sure, I guess. I played up against 3 slow Dragapults and they kept choosing second against me, but I wanted to go first. So I was like fine with that because they play Klefki. I don't want to get Klefki, but I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, at Vancouver, I played against 3 Slowpults, and they all chose second against me. But I was like, that's fine, because I'm gonna choose for. I would have chosen first anyways. So I kind of got what I, because they play Klefki, but they chose. I don't know why you'd play Klefki and then choose second on purpose. But against like Duskpult, that's the only matchup where you really want to go second, I feel like. Oh, and mirror match. You want to go second in mirror match and Dusknoir Dragapult. But against Gardevoir, Gholdengo, Slowpult, I don't know, Stall, Dango. All those matchups you want to go first again, so. Raging Ball Post Rotation, go first or second. I mean, probably first, right? Because you're playing Noctowls. You probably got to go first. Yo, what's up, Slap? But I don't get how Gholdengo stands alone. Gholdengo standalone is doing decent in Japan, considering it basically all loses versus walls. Or am I missing something? What is this? Oh, this is with the new cards though. Oh, wait, is this broken? Wait, no. Wait, what is this? Search deck for up to 3 any combination of Ethan's Pokemon and basic Fire Energy card to reveal. Wait, this just seems bad. What is the combination? What is the combo here? That's post journey together. Yeah, I know it's post journey together, but what the fuck is the combination? I don't get the synergy here. Lava can search a supporter. Yeah, but what is the synergy? I just don't understand the synergy here. Fetches Adventure? Yeah, then you play Adventure, then all the fire energy's out of your deck, and then what? This isn't basic energy? No, you use it once and then you have no fire left in your deck. You get 3 fire with this thing one time, and then you're out of fire in your deck. What's the point? What's the ability of the mid stage? The Quilava searches for this card. Quilava searches for Ethan's Adventure. Is to beat walls with Cyndaquil's attack that does 280. Oh, is it literally just for the Typhlosion to beat walls? Oh, I could see that. Oh, I guess we can attack with Typhlosion. Like we can attack with Typhlosion. Yeah, you can put it back from the discard and rain it. Well, once you have 1 Super Rod, you can put the energy back in your deck 1 time, so you can like Ethan's Adventure twice in a game. This seems bad. The Typhlosion here seems bad. Unless it's literally just in there. Unless it's literally just in there. No, with energy retrieval. If you use superior energy retrieval, you're discarding that energy immediately, though. But if you are using this as like an attacker, I could see it, I guess. Like if this is in here to be an attacker. I mean, 280 is a lot. But if you prize one of these things, you're kind of screwed. But I guess actually, oh no, even if you prize one, you're still doing 220. That's still a decent number to hit right now. Draw more cards and have another attacker. I guess. I don't know. This seems hella weird, but maybe it's not terrible. It might not be truly terrible. It seems terrible. Yeah, you can search these out as like cards to then superior energy retrieval away. That is also true. It just gives you like fuel in your hand to use for superior. That is something. Or maybe there's some cooking going on here. It doesn't feel like it for sure. You're looking at current City League decks. How about Archaludon Poison that's been going around over there? Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Honestly, there's like enough stuff to look at for the next set as well. I am kind of a little bit intrigued. Yo, did I see? Oh, there it is. Dude, hey, I'm just saying. I was just saying. I think Future Hand seems pretty good. I know this is next format. But hey, it's here. It's winning. Future Hands does seem pretty good. I'm just saying. It seems like the best way to play Iron Hands. Dude, I'm about to win Atlanta with Future Hands. You'll see. What? No Prime Catcher? No Mew? No Draw Power? I don't know about this list. I do like this list a little bit. Prime Catcher, double Mew. I don't know about 2 Mew, but some Mew. 4 Generator with 12 Lightning is criminal. You're not getting shit. Like, Dude, those things are not hitting. This one only has 12 too. Is that just what you play in this deck? Dude, our generators are hitting 0, bro. Damn, Azul leaking my deck once again. Wait, Locke, have you been on Future Hands? Have you been scheming? You're not leaking the Lock tech though? I won't leak the Lock tech. I don't know what it is, but I won't leak it. But yeah, Future Hands does seem kind of... The thing is, my biggest thing with like, well, I was thinking about like, I guess I've just been playing a lot of Miraidon recently. So I was thinking about Miraidon in the Journey Together format. And I was like, hey, Miraidon doesn't seem bad. Miraidon doesn't seem bad in the Journey Together format. But then I was thinking about it. I was like, Future Hands is literally Miraidon, but it seems better. You just don't have the turn 1 explosive potential. But besides that, this seems like the better... This overall seems like the better deck. Oh, this build doesn't play any Nest Ball, so it's just 4 Techno Radars. Because Iron Hands can hit for 220. It's still Iron Hands. So this just seems like better Miraidon. Because like, what is the reason to play Miraidon? Like, Miraidon is the more explosive deck, and you're more explosive, and you had Raichu. But like this, now Miraidon doesn't have Raichu. And it's less explosive because you don't have Forest Seal Stone. Like the lack of Forest Seal Stone makes it so much harder to like turn 1 Iron Hands. Now that you don't have the Forest Seal Stone. Yeah. So I do kind of want to look at some of those other decks. We'll start with Journey Together, City League decks, and then I do kind of want to take a look at some of these as well though, because I'm intrigued. Definitely intrigued. Riding can wall with Pikachu and stuff, but that's like less important versus Pult. It's just like not that important in general, I feel like. Magneton plus Counter Catcher in Future Hands. Tough because hard to search out at the pieces. No, you wouldn't play that ever. You would maybe play Counter Catcher because once they kill your baby Miraidon, you have access to it. You appreciate the 49 months there, Sky Bishop. Future Hands because they knew when it came out it would see more play in the future. True. By the Lively Stadiums. Wait, what had Lively? Was it the future deck? When did Live get the new cards? Next week, Thursday. We're 3 months behind Japan. I wish we had universal releases so we can have the exploration of the format instead of mostly a Japanese copy pasta of deck lists. How do you feel about this? Yeah, I feel the exact same way Zapdos for sure. Yeah, it sucks. It feels like really bad for the competitive side of things. I play Iron Hands to Miyagi. I don't know. I have to like think about the format more. Future Hands could be broken though. As long as you can compete with Dragapult. I was thinking about ways to be able to deal with Dragapult. If Dragapult really is that popular still, which it seems like it is. We even see it like winning some of these decks, these tournaments out here. The thing is like Future Hands had ways to beat Charizard in the past. It was like super cheesy though, and wasn't like super great. Didn't feel great, but Maybe you go like the Iron Thorns route and like you add like 4 pennies or something. I had a list of Iron Thorns. I forget which tournament it was before, or me and my group did. We had a list of Iron Thorns that had 4 penny in it. It might have been Worlds. There was some tournament where we had a list of quad thorns with 4 penny in it. We're like, this solves the deck. But Devo with Crown Attack, maybe Devo with Crown Attack. That is how Thorns handled Pult in the handles Pult currently. Is like punch Devo. Yeah, the answer might be 4 penny. The answer could be 4 penny in Future Hand. Listen, Future Hands has a ton of room. The deck has like infinite space. The answer could just be playing 4 penny. You just sit there and penny. The thing is, you don't get enough energy in play to sit there and penny loop, though. Do you really? Like, does Future Hands get enough energy in play to actually like sit there and penny loop on people? I don't think so. Maybe not. Maybe there is no good answer. Is Quad Thorns any good next format? Could be. You don't have an answer for Mimikyu. But besides that, if you just do the Devo cheese to beat E-Switch plus Clefairy. Oh, wait. You might be cooking there, Ridgeway. Oh, no, but you have to, like... You could do that. You could do the Clefairy cheese. We do already play Psychic Energy. That's true. There is already Psychic Energy in the deck, but then you have to play Nest Balls. Well, I guess if you're going to play Mew, you have to play Nest Ball anyways. Dude, honestly, it could... Actually, that could work. You do already play Psychic Energy. You do play Psychic Energy. Lose to Raging Bolt. That might be fine, though. Raging Bolt doesn't seem that good, to be honest. Have you given up on current format already? Yeah, pretty much. I might play in the Doom tournament on Friday, but I mean, there's nothing else to do, to be honest. There's nothing else to play. I mean, if I had streamed like last week, I would have definitely been playing with some. I probably would have been playing with some of the decks that did well at Vancouver or whatever. But yeah, the format's basically over. I'm not going to any other tournaments. I'm not going to Stockholm or Brisbane. So, are you gonna ever do a cooking stream where you make protein shakes and meal prep? Maybe one day. We get a Regidrago last hurrah in the Doom tournament. Regidrago is not that fun to play, to be honest. Regidrago does not sound that fun to play. I'd probably play Gholdengo, to be honest, in the Doom tournament. Gholdengo, or the two decks that I like interest me the most to like try out in the current format are Gholdengo and Dragapult, no Dusknoir. For sure. So please sell me this Future Box deck. What do you mean, sell you on it? I don't know, it just seems kind of cool. How's surgery recovery going so far? So far, so good. Yeah, pretty much back to normal. Will you defend your stock's champion title? Not if I'm not going. Oh, Dusknoir feels like complete ass. Opening hands are so rough. What do you mean, the current format in general, Jesse? I mean, you have to go second, right? Go second. And if you go first, hit Poffin. Are you going to register for Melbourne Regionals, closest tournament to defend your OCIC? I would. Dude, the flights are just so bad. Like, no, I mean post format. Oh, it feels bad post. Well, I guess you have less outs because you just don't have, like, the Rotom option, right? What do you think about the Gator decks? They're interesting. They have potential for sure. Yeah, I was thinking about trying to go to Santiago, to be honest. I planned to try and go to Santiago, but then I looked at flights yesterday for Santiago. There's just no good flights to Santiago at all. They just don't exist. And then the flights, and I was like, well, Melbourne's the same weekend. Maybe I'll go to Melbourne instead. No, Rotom, Lance, Lum. Oh, you lose Lance as well. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, you lose Lance. Oh wait, that deck sounds terrible. Why is the deck so popular then? Why is Dragapult the best deck in the format? Yeah, I'm not gonna go to Santiago. I was thinking about it. I don't have that. There's actually not that many major. I'm only going to like 3 more major tournaments. I was gonna go to Monterey, but then I had something come up, so I can't go to Monterey. You have Jack. Yeah, but Jack is so much worse. That's not even comparable. Why is the deck the most popular deck in Japan? What the heck? Japan just loves Pult. Honestly, that could be it. Because when Dragapult first released, the deck was actually bad. It was terrible, but it was like the most popular deck in Japan. Most successful deck by a wide margin as well. In Japan as well. But the deck was actually just bad. It was a fraudulent. Dragapult's like the number one fraud. If every other deck loses stuff, it's a mutual loss. That sounds like a pretty big hit, though, to be honest. Back to fraud status. Honestly, that's a good thing for future hands. If Dragapult truly is fraudulent, then that means future hands is cooking. I also don't understand why Pult is so popular. Definitely interesting. I definitely have to like play with the deck to give my thorough thoughts on it, but when Pult released, the meta was pretty fast, so like you couldn't really take full advantage of the Dracloaks. I guess. I mean, you did eventually. People went to like Thorns Pult to like slow things down, and then people went over to Badoo Pult, right? So people have been trying to slow down stuff with Pult since its release. What's the match spread looking like for future hands? No idea what the format looks like. I have no clue. I haven't thought about it that hard. It just seems cool. It seems like the best way to use Iron Hands. Badoo is still strong, so maybe you just Badoo turn 1 and hope that slows the game down enough to set up. Oh yeah, it definitely still has to be how you approach it, right? But it definitely has to be how you approach it for sure. You do your bracket for March Madness yet? No. I don't keep up with what is it? College basketball. Lots of decks in the new format want to choose first, which is good for the deck. Yeah, that would make it good for it. Have you taken a look at the Terapagos with Boofs? Just rely on Crispin and Trumpets? Not yet, no. I'll probably look at, speaking of that though, like going to another tournament, because I'm just going to Atlanta, Portland, NAIC as of right now. I'll look at Melbourne flights again tonight, to be honest, see if there's anything reasonable, but if there's not, then yeah, it's just gonna be those. Appreciate the 5 months there, Hell Saint. You have a Discord for Metafy, or how do you see the deck breakdown videos? It's just all on Metafy. Everything's on Metafy. I make all my posts onto Metafy. There's like videos and stuff on the Metafy page. I was thinking, what if instead of Terapagos Zard, why not running a Water Pond? Like Water Pond Zard? Just drive to Melbourne next time, maybe. Usually the 12 months there, 4s. Dude, actually, I saw the... I actually might get... I was a big fan of... And I've thought actually about this over like the last couple of years of getting back into... I'm a big fan of Legos. I have like a ton of Star Wars Legos, or had a ton of Star Wars Legos growing up. But I saw that Pokemon is doing like official Lego sets. I don't know if it's next year or later this year or something like that. So I might get back into doing some Legos. I'd probably build them on stream as well, but I'm a big fan of Legos. Pokemon Legos are going to be so expensive. It's 2026. It is 2026. Oh, okay. They probably are just going to sell out instantly though, which is kind of cringe. Getting your hands on them is going to be tough. Getting your hands on them is going to be pretty tough. Any idea why the single prize Bolt is now popular in these Raging Bolt lists because there's no bench barrier to stop you from sniping the little guys. But that's sick. What's your favorite Lego Star Wars set? I don't even know. I have a ton back in the day, but it's been a long time. 1000% agreed. Scalper's gonna be scalping. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of crazy for sure. To be fair, does Lego does pretty well with supply though. We'll see. I mean, they're probably gonna try and compensate for it. They know it's gonna be crazy for sure. They know it's gonna be crazy. So hopefully they make a lot of them. What's up, man? You do the channel. Seen some of your other stuff on YouTube. Great content. Thanks. Glad you're enjoying the content. I'm just saying one Raging Bolt and Miraidon is smart. I don't think you can sustain enough energy in play to be able to utilize a Raging Bolt. Also, you have to get 2 energy onto the Raging Bolt. A lot. Speaking of scalpers, are you able to order any sealed journeys together? It's all sold out everywhere. No, but I'm not like trying to. I don't actually buy any sealed stuff. Except for stuff I need to do like for giveaways or something like that. You know what you can slot into Future Box? Release Clefairy. Maybe. You might be able to make it work. You'd have to play E-Switch though. That'd be like Clefairy plus E-Switch or something like that. Using E-Switch, Countergain, or Crispin. Crispin could work. I don't think Countergain works because you're probably going to be ahead. But yeah, E-Switch, I mean, E-Switch or Crispin could be an answer. Crispin's a little bit awkward though, because if you get Iono, like you just need all the pieces. So E-Switch is probably has to be the way you do it. How do you feel about the new Mamoswine EX? It's interesting. Definitely gonna give it a try, see if it works. How do y'all get boxes for the EVO series? Just pay market value for them? I mean, it depends. Sometimes we like place at a tournament and get a box or something like that. Or Chip sometimes just buys one offline for everything. You play some Pocket on the side? Not really. I like do my dailies and then I do the I recently did the Garchomp thing or whatever. Maybe someone dies to Grass Pond, GG. No, put the Hero's Cape on there, bro. You're chilling. What do you mean? Get the Hero's Cape on him. It'll be fine. The baton for Clefairy doesn't really work because if you have Clefairy on your bench, you're just gonna counter catch or KO that before. Yeah, if you have Clefairy on your bench, you're just gonna counter catch or KO that and ignore. They're not gonna KO something with baton. Basically, is what's not gonna happen is they're not KOing something with baton. Should I get the Guardia EX League Battle Deck, or just get the singles? I have no idea. Wait, there's a Guardia EX League Battle Deck? Is there? Oh, there is. What the heck? Is this been a thing or is this like coming out? Oh, this is like older, isn't it? I have no idea how this compares to just like getting the singles, to be honest. The singles are probably, it's probably better to get the singles at this point because of rotation, but I'm not sure. It's old and half of it rotates. Yeah, it's probably better to not do that. But it came with 3 Guard 40X. Did it come with any good attackers? Like, did it have like Drifloons and stuff? Okay, I see on the front of it, I see 3 Gardevoir, 1 Mew EX, 1 Luminion, 1 Radiant Greninja. 3 Gardevoir EX? Pretty 25 months there, Jesse. 3 Drifloons, 3 Loonies. Does Mew count as a good attacker post-rotation? No, I don't think so. Oh, you mean like in Gardevoir? Probably still no. Looking up a Miraidon with Joltik Hands and Pikachu EX that also runs a 2-2 line of Archaludon along with the fan. All right, I think that's overcooked for sure. That sounds overcooked. Although I do kind of like the idea of the Pikachu. Was it Sajin Park who made a build of Miraidon that had the tool card was the Sparkling Crystal, and then it played Pikachu, right? Like Sparkling Crystal Pikachu. That was an interesting build for sure. That was definitely an interesting build. Maybe that's the best way to play Miraidon. I think he also had the stadiums in there as well. Thank you for the Uncommon Energy Evolution series. I got into the Pokemon TCG through that. Bought the level battle deck and played it with my brother this weekend. It's so different than playing on PTCG Live. Yeah, it definitely is quite a bit different. Glad you enjoyed the content. Glad you enjoyed the videos. Sajin might be the #1 lightning type Glazer of all time. Yeah, but he was playing. Didn't he like play? He was like playing Lugia recently. I saw him like make a tweet about like Lugia was the deck that he's been playing recently. He is like the #1. Well, he was the #1 Miraidon. Glazer is funny. He was like the #1 Miraidon enjoyer for a while. But I think I recently saw a tweet from him where he was like Lugia was his like go-to deck. He's still playing Lugia on ladder? Yeah, dude, he's changed, bro. He's changed. He's different now. Appreciate 2 months there. It's Mangu. Did Canceling Cologne cook in Vancouver or not? Yeah, it was solid. I didn't hit as many lost boxes as I thought I might, but besides that, I still used it a decent amount against the Clef Keys. It was actually funny. I'm pretty sure this is true. I'd have to like go back and like think about it for sure, but I'm pretty sure every single. So I played against, I want to say 3 Slowpults and 1 Gardevoir at Vancouver, and they all played Clef Key. Every match against them, they won the coin flip and chose first or second, and they opened Clef Key. Well, no, the Pults all chose second, and game 1, they all opened Clef Key against me. And then against the Gardevoir player, he chose first, but he also just opened Clef Key. Like, it was insane. I beat them all those games, but it was funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 3 Slowpults I played against, they won the coin flip, they chose second, and they opened Clef Key. And then the Gardevoir player I played against, he chose first, and he just opened the Clef Key. But he's probably gonna get in the active anyways, but. So I did get some decent value out of Canceling Cologne. One of the games was funny as well. I opened Ursaluna, which is obviously like terrible, but my hand was Generator, Prime Catcher, but it was dead besides that. And then, so I went and draw pass because he chose second. And then on the next turn, I top decked Arvin. And then I got hands, KO, Dreepy with energy. Appreciate the 19 months there. Steph in the red. You blind first with Prime Catcher? Yeah, blind first. And then you only go second against Mirror Match and Duskpult. But again, Slowpult, you go first. Yeah, first against Slowpult, second against Duskpult. I guess like the only other thing with my Vancouver list, people have been asking me about it, and I said I wouldn't change anything. I would just play the exact same 60 at Stockholm. What deck do you recommend post-rotation? A good one. But it might be correct to cut the Defiance band. It just depends if Gholdengo players are gonna add Jamming Tower. That is like actually the thing. I don't know if Gholdengo players are gonna add Jamming Tower. I don't think they would, because I don't think like Defiance Band Ursaluna is like that on the radar going into Stockholm. So I don't know if people are actually gonna play the Jamming Tower in Gholdengo. But that'd be a reason to just like straight up cut the Defiance Band, because that's like the strongest matchup for the Defiance Band is the Gholdengo matchup. Although if like everyone plays Jamming Tower, there's no point in playing it. And it's like, do you really want to play your own vacuum? Not really. So at that point, I think I would just cut it. And the matchup is still like fine but unfavorable. All don't know how I'd answer that, to be honest, though. They see Bolt doing post-rotation. It seems okay, but it's probably still not great, to be honest. Yeah, probably still not great. What else would you recommend for an ex-Bolt and Polk Bomb player? I don't know, whatever deck seems cool. Bolt is really good, I think, post. Can it handle Dragapult that well? I mean, I guess it has less struggles with Badoo, especially because you have Owls, right? Basically, anything with Noctowl is good. I could see that. You just accept losing to Archaludon with this build? Yeah. Miraidon, yeah. I mean, Archaludon is just such a bad deck right now. Like, current format, Archaludon just sucks. It's just so bad. What do you feel about Guardy Poach rotation? I have no feelings. Azul, quickly, I am playing in Stockholm this weekend. Can't decide. Claw for Miraidon? Miraidon for sure. Everything is close. I think Miraidon's a really good play going into Stockholm. And I don't think it's like that on people's radars either. So I'm kind of sad that I'm not going to Stockholm. I'd feel very confident going to Stockholm with Miraidon right now. What makes Arch a bad deck right now? Your Dragapult matchup isn't as good as I thought it was. Your Dragapult matchup is like fine. Then you have like a bad Guardy matchup. Bad. I just like look at the meta again. Bad Guardy matchup. Bad Lugia matchup. I thought about this a little. Oh, bad Gholdengo matchup. You just get bodied by Gholdengo. Lost Box is like a little bit more popular of a deck now too. That's also a terrible matchup for Archaludon. The bigger question for Archaludon is what do you beat, not what do you lose to be honest. Yeah, it's just not good. I think Archaludon, but this is one of those things I was like saying earlier about Charizard. Like Charizard's a good card. Archaludon's a good card. It's just not that good right now, but it's still a good card. All right, let's take a look at some of these decks though that are winning in Japan in the Journey Together format. 50-minute best out of 3 is definitely going to be the Feraligatr deck's worst enemy, right? I mean, it might just be a 1-0 deck. It might be a one game deck. Gholdengo can get around Cornerstone just fine. Just play the Baby Dango. I have to imagine they have answers for Baby Dango though. Right? Like you can't, like you can't like do infinite Baby Dangos, right? Also depends how many Cornerstone they play. Because if they play like the Pokevital A, so you go punch, they go Pokevital A, KO. You set up another Baby Dango, they go KO. You set up another Baby Dango, they go, all right, second Ogerpon KO that. You just lose, right? They can compete with Hop's deck? No idea. It doesn't seem likely. The deck doesn't seem that good, but I haven't actually tried it out. I did like the look of the Hops decks that did well, or that we saw on stream at the Champions League. Send the Baby Dango squad at him. 4 Night Stretcher, 2 Baby Dango. But yeah, the Hops decks that we saw do well, or that made their way onto stream at the Champions League, were very interesting. The Dark Only Hops decks, yeah, exactly. Yeah, those ones, the ones where it was just like they didn't use the second attack at all. It was just, yeah, it was just Dark Energy. Yeah, you had Monkey Dories and Crams. I don't know, the deck was really cool actually. That deck was really cool, especially because yeah, you could play as like the way we saw them try and tackle like the Raging Ball matchup is you kind of just played as a one prize deck. Like you use Zacian first, they KO Zacian, then you go Cram from there. Yeah, I don't know, the deck was kind of cool for sure. The deck was pretty cool. I don't know if it's actually good though. 50-minute best of 3 is harsh on any single prize, to be fair. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, the Feraligatr deck probably operates as like a one game deck, to be honest, in best 2 out of 3. I don't think you're completing many, like you're not going through like 3 games in many sets for sure. I don't think that's happening. I was gonna run Arch in my local cup, but I do feel it's not great. What deck should I run then? Should I just go with Pult? Probably the deck that you're most experienced with besides the Archaludon. Oh, true. Dundun EX gets through Cornerstone. But you need 3 energy. What does it do? For 3 energy? Oh, is attack? Well, I guess you don't have an ability anyway, so he's punching. Well, no, you can hit him with the tail for 60 at least, right? You can tail for 60 into, you go 60, 60, 150. But it depends, if they only have 1 EX in play, if they have 1 Cornerstone in play, then you're only doing 60, so you're 4 hitting them. This card is good. This card is good, yeah. They don't just have like that one of... I don't know about the Dunsparce draw engine in Archaludon. That feels a little off. Feels kind of weak. It just feels like Archaludon is so low maintenance. But I guess you did lose like Radiant Greninja, which is a pretty big hit. Missing Palpad. Yeah, I noticed that as well. There's no Palpad. There's no Pokestop either, so maybe it's not that bad. So I'm just starting to build a good deck. Went to the Adventures Together pre-release and got Lily's Clefairy X. Which deck do you think pairs well with it? Probably Terapagos is the best one. All right, let's get into it finally. Let's take a look at some of these city leagues in the Journey Together format. I guess like post, I mean, there's so many of them. We're not going to look at all of them here, but let's see what's winning over in Japan post Champions League in the Journey Together format. The set we're going to be getting next week. We could only take a look. I mean, there's so many winning lists. I kind of like only want to take a look at the winning lists, but sometimes when you click on some of these city leagues, there's like some interesting stuff past the winning decks. So maybe we'll dive like a little bit deeper into some of these because we could just take a look at the winning decks. But I mean, already right away, there's like this is just like Terapagos box, which seems like one of the best decks in the new format by far, and probably gonna be one of the most popular decks. It's also one of the coolest decks, to be honest, as well. One Cornerstone and Terapagos does not beat walls. Does it not? Is one just not enough? Yeah, this is definitely one of the... It's not only does it seem like one of the best decks, it also is kind of one of the coolest decks. Like, this deck is pretty sick, to be honest. But they have their own Cornerstone and healing. Yeah, if they attack with Cornerstone, you can hit it with... Well, the thing is, they don't accelerate energy into play that fast, though, right, Jesse? I'd have to, like, see... I'd have to, like, actually play a game, because, like, they aren't very good at pivoting between attackers, right? Like, this deck can pivot way more aggressively between attackers. Turbo Energize? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I'd have to actually like play the matchups. But yeah, the main strength of this deck for sure is the water pond. There's no bench barrier anymore. For anyone who's unfamiliar with this deck, with rotation, we lose bench barrier, and that makes just snipe attacks in general super, super strong, which includes the torrential pump from the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond. 100 damage, 120 to the bench, shuffle 3 energy back into your deck. 100, 120 to the bench. You're using that to gain the early prize advantage in a lot of matchups, and then you follow up with attackers like Teal Mask Ogre Pond up against stuff like Charizard. Pikachu EX is really good against Raging Bolt, and then obviously in the late game, Ursaluna is good against everything. And then you have Clefairy in here as a solid attacker into Dragapult, because it makes all the Dragon Pokemon weak to Psychic, and then for a Psychic and a Colorless, it does 20 plus 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon. Wait, is it possible this doesn't do enough? Could the Dragapult player actually have... Oh no, but you have Area 0, so you do have Area 0, so you should be able to get there. Pika EX is easily countered by Slithering, but sure. Yeah, but it's still good, right? Because if you go, I don't know, if you draw the first, if you go Pika EX knockout, the thing, does Fanrodom KO Slitherwing back? Fanrodom does KO Slitherwing back, right? Because then you can just go into a one prizer of your own, KO the Slitherwing back, right? Or you go like Clefairy with the Pearl, and then it's a one prizer KO and a one prizer. So I feel like it puts you in a pretty good spot. I would definitely give this deck the edge over Raging Bolt, I think, for sure. Wellspring can be good for them too. They got Hooters. Yeah, it's true, right? You can go Wellspring, KO. You can either take a double one prize knockout if they open like a Fan Rotom, you go KO Fan Rotom, KO Hoot Hoot. Or if they do the Slitherwing thing, then you can go, okay, Wellspring Overpon, KO your Hoot Hoot, KO your active. And this deck's engine is Crispin. Like, it is just a Crispin deck. There's 4 Crispin in here. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised to not see a counter catcher. I haven't seen like a ton of other builds, but I guess you are kind of, this deck is kind of the aggressor. This is like, the term doesn't get used often in the Pokemon TCG, but this is a deck that I would call like a tempo deck in the Pokemon TCG. Like, you're trying to set pace, you're trying to set tempo. You're not just kind of like, yeah, you're trying to, like, it's different. Like, I wouldn't call Raging Bolt a tempo deck, because Raging Bolt is just like, knock out the active Pokemon no matter what it is. And I'm not always going to be ahead in the prize exchange, but I'm just going to keep knocking out the active, and I hope it's enough. But a deck like this, you're always trying to stay ahead in the prize exchange by a turn, to the point where your opponent can't catch up. So it's a little bit different than something like a Raging Bolt. It's not just like a mindlessly aggressive deck. It's like, with the attackers I have, with the options I have, I can get ahead in the prize exchange, and then the goal from there is to stay ahead in the prize exchange with a deck like this. Whereas Raging Bolt is just a literally knock out the active and hope it's enough. So it's a little bit different, I would say, for sure. But tempo decks in the Pokemon TCG. Tempo is like a constant thing in the Pokemon TCG for a lot of decks and a lot of matchups. It's not a term that is used very often in the Pokemon TCG, because it doesn't really make sense to use it in the Pokemon TCG compared to other card games. But if we're gonna use the term ever in the Pokemon TCG, I think this would be a deck that you'd use it with, calling this like a tempo deck. But yeah, it's gonna be one of the big decks next format for sure. A lot of options, a lot of ways to build it. A lot of, like, we see a lot of options in this build specifically, but there's a lot more things you can do with this. And putting here as like tech options for like matchups, like in this build specifically, there's no way to beat walls. Like, if your opponent sets up a Fergaraf EX, you kind of just lose. Like, it's just kind of over. I don't think you have a way to beat the Fergaraf. Yeah. Not great, not great. So if you have like a Cornerstone, although we did see Jesse in chat saying that Cornerstone was not enough for the matchup. I could see 1 Cornerstone not being enough. But you could theoretically set up 2 Cornerstones with this list, right? Between the Sparkling Crystal and the Night Stretchers, even with just 1 Fighting Energy in the list, you should be able to. But I'm sure there's other things that can be used as answers for Fergaraf as well. I'm sure there's other ways to get through and deal with it. It's harder than it sounds. Yeah, I could see it. I could see them just like setting up 2 of their own things and then just being fine. I guess maybe going off of just like what I saw at Champions League, I don't think any of the wall decks at Champions League. And actually, I'm gonna go back and take a look at them to confirm, to make sure I'm not misspeaking here. But I feel like none of these played Cornerstone, right? Oh no, there is one. There is one. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they all have one. Oh, this one has 2. All right, I am wrong. I was like, I feel like I didn't see any corner in the games we saw from walls up against other decks in Champions League. No one ever used the Cornerstone, so I don't remember any of these having Cornerstone. But they all definitely have Cornerstone. Yeah, no one ever used it. No one ever used the Cornerstones, but. Everyone's just using Fergaraf over and over again. All right, there's a Terra Charizard deck here as well. Oh, we're talking, yeah, we literally... Speaking of just like abusing snipe attacks, even Charizard is doing it. This Charizard build here with Noctowl has Water Pawn in it. So even... even the Charizard decks are like, well, I can't do this alone, man. I need something here. We need someone. And Charizard brought along the Water Pawn in this build here. Plays the Sparkling Crystal as well as, like, once again, another enabler for the Water Pawn. Only 1 basic water. Also has a Cornerstone with a Fighting Energy. And then a 101 Dusknoir, which obviously leans a little bit more heavily into the Dusknoir. Or the Charizard strategy. Dusknoir's pretty good with Charizard, right? We appreciate the gift sub there. Stuff in the red over to X Factor. And then I appreciate the 15 months there. Silent Burst. So yeah, as you can see, in a format with no Manaphy, everyone is trying to abuse the best snipe Pokemon. And it does seem to be Water Pawn for sure. It definitely seems to be Water Pawn. With the amount of snipe going into the format, is Rabsca ever worth it? I have thought about that. I think it's possible, especially, and this is like actually kind of, I didn't realize Lance rotated, but some kind of like TM Evo Dusknoir deck, or excuse me, TM Evo Dragapult deck with Rabska seems decent to give yourself an edge in the mirror matches. Although if they have Dusknoir, it's still a little bit weird. But then also it gives you, like, if you go second, you can just TM Evo out the Rabska to play around Water Pond, which could be interesting. That could be interesting. So that's like something to like potentially think about as well. Yeah, they had the Ditto in here as well. Also Area 0, so it's really leaning into like the Terra side of things. But I guess if you're playing a 4/4 Noctowl build, you probably need a little bit of bench space. You need to go like wide, at least on one turn, to be able to utilize your owls efficiently. I think it has a Ditto in here. And yeah, Ditto does seem kind of just good in any deck that is like I just said, any deck that's playing Fan Rotom. If you're a Noctowl engine, Ditto seems kind of good. It seems kind of good. So have you seen the Archaludon Poison deck? No, but I think we'll make our way to some of those eventually. We'll take a look at least one Zoroark, but we'll look for a winning one later on. Here's a Gholdengo Scizor build. It actually has the Scizor EX in here. During your opponent's next turns, this Pokemon takes 50 less damage from attacks for 2 colorless, 70 damage, and then discard up to 2 Metal Energy from this Pokemon. This attack does 120 damage for each card you discarded in this way. So this is just literally, this has to be an anti-walls card, right? Like this card sucks. So it's literally just here as an anti-walls card, right? Literally just for Cornerstone. But you get to play the Scizor line, you get the free retreat Scythers. That also means you get to play this Scizor, which this Scizor is pretty good. I've been a big hater. I've been a huge hater of Scizor Gholdengo. Actually, speaking of that though, didn't someone like get... Yeah, there was a 2/2 this right here. Gholdengo got top 16 at Vancouver with a 2/2 Scizor in it. We actually saw a 1/1 Scizor build get top like 16 at UIC as well. So, I mean, people be playing these Scizors, man. I still think it sucks, but I do think there's a little bit more validity to it in this format to have something that can deal with Cornerstone Ogerpon, because otherwise you just kind of get bodied. I feel like. So it's got the Scizor line in here. You got the Scizor EX as an answer to the Cornerstone Ogerpon. That's kind of cool. Supporter lineup, kind of similar to what we had been seeing recently. Some Morty's Convictions. This one, search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them and put them into your hand, then shuffle your deck. Dude, cards like this, I feel like in a deck like this just suck. You have no way to, like, what is the term that is used in like Magic? Tutor? You have no way to, is that what it's called in Magic? Is that the term they use? Tutor? You have no way to cherry pick this out of your deck. Why are we playing this? Like, are you just hoping that you go like turn 1, Arvin for a Poffin, TM Evo is, I guess, prized, or you get it first, you just Poffin for the gold, give me goals, and oh, I top decked Kirano. All right, play that triple Gholdengo. Like, I hate one-ofs like this in decks because it's so, like, when people talk about RNG in the Pokemon TCG, this is RNG in the Pokemon TCG. Like, everything else that people talk about as far as like bad luck or someone getting lucky, I feel like it's just people not understanding RNG. This is RNG being introduced into the deck for like no reason. It's just like, I'll just play one. You know, sometimes I top deck it on turn 2, sometimes I don't. Like, like this is actual RNG that you're playing towards. Yeah, search your deck for 3 EX Pokemon. So theoretically really good on turn 2 as Gholdengo when you go first. Theoretically really good. I feel like this is not the reality. It's also a TM Evo build. So when you go second, you know, Arvin TM Evo, pretty good combo. Get your Gholdengo's and play that way. And this is kind of like a dead card later in the game, but it's technically a draw 3/4, right? Yes. So if we played like 4 of these, now that would be a cool build. If I saw a build of Gholdengo, they were choosing first and they played like 4 of these, so you have it turn 2 consistently, that's kind of cool. Kirano for Fez. That is also cool. The Kirano for Fez is also kind of cool. But then we also don't find our Energy Search Pro, which is like not very cool. Then we don't find our Energy Search Pro, which is not very cool. The only other new card that they have in here is the Stadium, which definitely seems like a pretty powerful card. I mean, you lose Pokestop. I think if Pokestop was still legal, I think Gholdengo would be playing Pokestop, probably. But hey, you can't argue against some energy recovery in Stadium form. Like, second best thing, it seems like. Once during each player's turn, that player may put up to 2 basic lighting energy cards from their discard pile into their hand. And of course, we're playing 2 basic lighting. We're still playing Energy Search Pro, but we are playing the 2 basic lightning. Actually, like looking at this list specifically, I feel like it should be like a 3-3 split of basic metal, basic lightning. Pricing a basic lightning sounds like a big L when you play these. I feel like it should be like a 3-3 split. 4 metal feels like just kind of a little bit overkill in general. So why not kind of make sure you get that extra value out of your stadium cards? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that, I don't think. If you whiff Arven, Cypher for Kirano going second turn 1. Oh, wait, actually, okay, there is some synergy there. All right, you might be cooking, actually. There is some synergy there. 4 metal sucks, but Scizor wants it. Scizor EX sucks. Oh, true, there is the Scizor EX in here. Okay, actually, maybe the 4 metal does make sense, actually. I forgot about the Scizor EX in this build. Okay, with this build specifically, you maybe do want the 4 metal. It's like Mount Cornet, right? You can't live it in here for 1 lightning, I believe. This one says put up to. So maybe Mount Cornet, you maybe had to get 2 metals, but this one can get up to. I don't remember Mount Cornet's exact wording. Doesn't every successful Dango list play 4 metal? I could be wrong. No, you're definitely wrong. But now I gotta prove you wrong. It's 3, right? It's 3 metal? Yeah, it's 3 metal. Everyone plays 3 metal. 3 metal is like by far the norm for sure. Unless you're literally talking about in the city leagues. Okay, here we'll take a look at another Gholdengo Scizor build. Let's see if there's anything crazy in this one. Opting for not the new stadium. They're going for Artisans. Plays 4 basic metal, still with the Energy Surge Pro. I guess you do just kind of want to play a minimum amount of energy. Maybe that's what they're trying to hit here. Monkey Dory, of course. No Scizor EX. They're not preparing themselves for the Cornerstone. Besides that, the lists are pretty similar. The other list had a Rigid Band. This one has 2 TM Evo. Pokegears plus Arven, so leaning a little bit more heavily into Arven, trying to find that turn 1 Arven. I mean, Pokegear past that are still kind of good as well. But yeah, not playing the new stadium is interesting. I guess Artisan gives you a counter stadium plus just more ways. Artisan is just like more ways to find basic Pokemon turn 1 plus a counter stadium versus playing like more nest balls. So I guess that's like fine. Although I don't know how important a counter stadium is in that format, to be honest. Because if a counter stadium is not that important, you should just be playing more nest balls. So you don't want to give your opponent access to Artisan would be the thing. Okay, we can take a look at the Zoroark deck. I'm not gonna look at a ton of these. They're probably all pretty similar. If there's any other winning Zoroark decks, we'll take a look at them. But yeah, the new Zoroark EX, of course. Got the trade ability, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and then Night Joker for 2 Dark Energy. Choose one of your benched ends Pokemon attacks and use it as this attack. And there's only 2 ends Pokemon. This deck is literally just a Darmanitan deck, to be honest. 90 damage, discard all energy for this Pokemon attack is 9 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. And then for 2 colorless energy, 30 for each basic energy card in your opponent's discard pile. So against like Raging Bolt and like Gholdengo, I guess you could hit numbers with Darmanitan. The Darmanitan, oh, actually, is Gholdengo just a favorable matchup then because of Darmanitan? Because you can attack with the Darmanitan. This deck has to body Gholdengo, right? This should be a dub. Gholdengo's got to be a dub. This build specifically, you have the Reshiram. Is the only other ends? Well, isn't there an Enge Joltik? There's one more Ends Pokemon, right? Am I trolling? I thought there was one more. 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon, and then 170. So 2 other. The powerful Rage is actually like the other. Enge Joltik and Ends Purloin. Oh, there's 2 more. Sigilyph. Oh wait, is there way more than I thought? There's 4 more. Are they all just bad? They're all just bad, right? That's why I haven't heard about them. Well, I've heard about them. Now that you're actually like, you're reminding me for sure. Appreciate the 56 months there, Slap. Appreciate the 8 months there, Antonio. 43 months coming in from Hollywood. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Joltik is kind of sick. Wait, what does Joltik do? Sigilyph wins if you have exactly 1 prize card. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I remember that now. Their damage, if you have a tool, they are paralyzed. If they have a tool, they're paralyzed. Ooh, that actually is interesting. Okay. Interesting. Wait, so you could like infinitely paralyze trap them? Interesting. And it discards the tool, no? Oh, does it discard the tool? That's not as good. Because then you like give them the out to not be paralyzed chained. Okay. Appreciate the 9 months there, Simo. Okay, discarding the tool is pretty bad. That's pretty unfortunate. Only 3-Buddy Poffin in here is interesting, but I guess it doesn't find Darumaka, which is unfortunate. This build also is playing the Petron EX to poison your Zoroark. Also gives you mobility to with the consistently geared Zoroark and the active. And then you do have the Binding Mochi in here as well to increase the damage potentially. I'm actually surprised to not see... Oh, I was gonna say, I'm surprised to not see any like Turo or anything, but I forgot about End's Castle, which does reduce the retreat cost to 0 for all End's Pokemon in play. So that's how you move your Darumaka there, of course. And then heavy on the Ionos, Arvin. So it's like a comeback deck for sure. And you see the reversal energy and the counter catchers in here. So it's a big time comeback deck for sure. I feel like all the other builds of End Zoroark that I had seen were playing the tool card that does plus 50 damage. You'll appreciate the 78 months there, Lock. Plus 50 damage if it's an EX. What is it, Maximum Belt? Yeah, I feel like all the other builds of End Zoroark that I saw were playing Maximum Belt. But this one opting for the Unfair Stamp. So like maximum hand disruption between Iono and Unfair Stamp. And if you're wondering, for anyone who doesn't know, if you're wondering how we're getting 2 Dark Energy on our Zoroarks consistently, we got End's PP up. Attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to one of your benched End's Pokemon. Which is like why I was talking, like this thing just bodies Gholdengo, right? Like this guy just bops him. I guess once they KO a Zoroark, if you respond to KO and a Gholdengo with a Darmanitan, then they can KO Darmanitan, and a Darmanitan can't return KO it. Which would be interesting, actually. So maybe it's not as free of a dub against Gholdengo as I thought. It might not be as free of a dub as I thought. All right, is there anything else cool to look at in here? There's an Archaludon deck with some Caesar. Nothing crazy, though. Maximum Belts. The Charizard, some Dragapult, more End Zoroark. We see how this Guardy deck is being built. We'll take a look at some more of the winning list, though. So a couple other Archaludon decks here. This is just, yeah, it just has the water pawn here instead of the grass pawn, but it is just, it's pawn box. This one has the Terapagos in it. Oh, wait, isn't that your answer to, no, that's not your answer to Fergaraf. Terapagos is pretty good against Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, but it doesn't answer Fergaraf. This deck needs a Fergaraf answer first, and then once they go into Cornerstone, well, what if you answered? Oh, could that be the switch up you do? Is like you Cornerstone their Fergaraf, and then they go to Cornerstone your Cornerstone, but then you have a Terapagos to answer their Cornerstone. Is that like the switch up we need here? There's a lot of cards to dedicate to Walls, but sure. I don't know, Jesse. Walls seems pretty good. Like, I think you got to dedicate. I think the card's got to be dedicated because Walls seems gross. We might not see another Archaludon. Oh, this is just Archaludon. Well, I guess it's just Archaludon with Gust, right? Which is kind of cool. Usually the 5 months there, United Kingsman. That is kind of cool. Pops double. You can only use this ability when you place Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot. You got the doubles in here alongside Archaludon. This deck, Hops double with Archaludon wishes Pokestop was still legal. Like, Pokestop would be so powerful in this deck. Run through your deck. Your Night Stretchers are so powerful. Like, it's on everyone's radar, so it can't be good, right? I mean, you say that, Jesse, but you say you're not going to tech for it, or you don't like the idea of teching for it. So it's like, if no one's teching for it, it's still good. Yeah, this deck wishes I let other people tech. Dude, this deck wishes Pokestop was still legal. Pokestop would be insane with this combination of cards. Being able to Pokestop, mill through your deck, mill your doubles, then you go Night Stretcher for double onto the whatever this thing is, the Wooloo, which would be crazy. This still seems like it could be okay, but it's not as powerful. Lack of Pokestop definitely means it's like not as powerful. Maximum Belt though, and Black Belt's training. We can be hitting for, hold up. Ooh, wait, we're coming up short, right? 40, 90. What does this do again? 310? So we're not even KOing a Dragapult. We're not KOing Dragapult. But if we go Relicanth plus Maximum Belt, that would KO with the Raging Hammer, right? So it's like, I guess like a more aggressive way to KO Dragapults through Raging Hammer, which I guess could be okay. There's no Arvins in here though. I think the point is for Zacian mostly. Oh, true. Maybe it is more so for Zacian. Because we can hit for what? 210, 260? But that's not even hitting that hard still. KO's Guardy. Oh, it does KO Guardy. Wait. Yeah, I guess it does KO Guardy, yeah. Bro, what's that Zacian doing there? Honestly, yeah, we have no damage modifiers in here for the Zacian. What is the Zacian doing here? Yeah, now that... Wait, why is there a Zacian in here? For Cornerstone? Ah, true, for Cornerstone. Yes, of course. We got a tech for Cornerstone. Very fair, very fair. Wait, how does this thing beat... Oh, Farigiraf is only basic EX Pokemon. Okay, okay, okay. All right, let's take a look. Next one. I mean, the winning deck was Dragapult. Dragapult, Dusknoir. Like, I just learned, I didn't even like think about it, but yeah, chat mentioned to me, Lance does rotate, so they're trying to do their best here with Brock Scouting, search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon or an evolution Pokemon, and put them into your hand and shuffle your deck. So we're doing our best out here. Brock Scouting replacing, honestly, I think I like Jack better than Brock Scouting, but it does allow you to, it's like more turn 1 Poffins, I guess. Man, why not run Jack? Because Jack doesn't find basics. Dude, Lance was so good. Temu Lance, literally. Dude, this kind of makes you realize how good Lance was. Bro will never pronounce Jack correctly. Was it Jacques? Dude, I thought it was Jack. I'm gonna keep saying Jack. That would be a really, it'd be cool. That'd be a really cool way for your name to be spelled. Q makes it French. Like if my name was Jack, that's how I would want it to be spelled. It's not Jack. All right, we're locking in Jack. But yeah, Dragapult still seems pretty good. This one has Ursaluna and the Dusknoir stuff, which is interesting. Also has Defiance Band and a Bravery Charm. I actually had like a... I played against... At EUIC, I played against someone playing Dragapult with the Bravery Charm. And there was actually a situation where it could have been relevant because I had a really slow start. I went first, and my turn 2 attack was going to have to be with Rotom, which actually like comes up against Dragapult a decent amount. Rotom killed Badoo, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it was like game 2. I was like, I saw the Bravery Charm in game 2. What if he Bravery Charms the Badoo? And then I can't kill it with my Rotom V. But I didn't have a better play, so I attached my Rotom V. I was like thinking about maybe getting a different Pokemon instead of Rotom, but I just got Rotom V attached to it. He did Badoo me, but he did not have the Bravery Charm that turn. He didn't Bravery Charm with that turn. But it was a play that could have come up, and it's something I've thought about whenever I go up against a slow Pult. I always like think about it. It's like I want to try and like get to hands, try and avoid having to the Bravery Charm Badoo. But yeah, nothing crazy here. Just Dragapult doing what it can. This is an unfair stamp build, no crystal, which is interesting, I guess. No crystal. Only 1 Crispin. I guess it's not that crazy, though. I guess it's Dusknoir and Monkey Dory. This is like both builds being put together into one here, kind of, to be honest. This is like the no Dusknoir build and the Dusknoir build being put into the same deck, which is interesting. Unfair to counter Terabox. Isn't the crystal good against Terabox, though? Like, because if they freaking water pawn you, they're going to leave you with 0 energy in play. You might be able to unfair stamp them, but you're not attacking that turn, right? If you hit him with the unfair stamp, you're not attacking that turn. You don't have Luminion to find your Crispin anymore, so you can't just go like Candy, Dragapult, Crispin. Like, I mean, this is too much. Yeah, the deck can't make those combos happen anymore without Force Seal Stone, without Luminion. Man, Dragapult got so much worse with the rotation. I was actually kind of, I didn't really realize. I'm gonna check out this Archaludon build. It does have a Mew next to it. Okay, that's what I thought we were gonna see. Okay, this is the poison build. Oh, interesting. So is this deck like fake? Is Terapagos Badoo just bad now? This is like fake Terapagos Badoo, this feels like. This literally looks like Terapagos Badoo, but it's not. But let's see what can we do here for damage. It's a secret box build. That's kind of cool. 4 ancient capsule for our group on that. Oh, we have 2 baby Petch in here. So we're playing for the turn 1 Donk Cheese. No Guru. Ooh, no Guru is tough. That is tough. Also, no Force Seal Stone. Oh. No for a Sealstone too. That's rough as well. So we're playing for the turn 1 cheese. 2 Squawk as well. Dude, this deck, literally, this deck just feels like it's Terapagos Badoo, but it's not. Yeah, it's Terapagos Badoo, but it's not. No DTE is terrible. Oh yeah, also no DTE. What the heck? The deck just has nothing. Dead deck. So we got Archaludon doing 220, plus 40 for the Mochi when we're poisoned. So we're looking at 260. Plus Perilous Jungle is plus 20. So 290. We're only doing 290? What? What is Ditto doing here? It's a good question. I guess it's like just literally like a +1 of everything, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Kieran? Oh, there is a Kieran in here, so we can hit 320. I'm not gonna lie, this deck looks terrible. I'm not gonna lie, this deck looks terrible. Y'all have been asking me a decent amount about this deck in the chat today. This thing seems awful. I'm not gonna lie. It seems so bad. It's so forced. This deck looks so forced. Yeah. It looks so forced. Owl Dunsparce, let's take a look. It is just a little bit more into the water pawn. Actually, this is like all water pawn. Extra draw power with the Dunsparce. If the Dunsparce had 100 HP, it would combo so well with Fan Rotom. So this is like Terra Box, but there's no grass. There's no extra energy acceleration from the grass. It's all in on Crispin. Like Crispin has to carry this deck. Whereas the build with the Ogerpon, 1, you have an out to Charizard, trading back and forth with Charizard, and 2, you had extra energy acceleration to work with E-Switch, so you didn't have to rely on Crispin every single turn. But this build has to rely on Crispin like every single turn to set up different attackers. This build I'd like a little bit less. The trade-off is you cut all the grass Ogerpon stuff, and then you add in all these Dunsparce stuff. Yo, appreciate the 42 months there, Ozzy. And a son, I got you. I came to see Dollar Tree Terra Box. I mean, this is it. You're seeing it. Doesn't this one just get farmed by Charizard? Now that you mention it. You do, but Charizard also seems pretty bad. So I don't know if that's like a big concern, to be honest. I kind of just like said that, but like, that's like not a reason to not play a deck, I don't think. Yeah, having a bad Charizard matchup does not seem like that big of a deal in the format. You appreciate 7 months there, Fossilworth. So what do we just look at? Check this one out. Let's take a look at a Gardevoir deck. Let's see what they're looking like right now. What people are doing. All right, so we got the Gardevoir line, of course. 3/2/2, 3 rare candy. Bro, honestly, I'm feeling like a 3/1/4 candy type of build. I don't know. This too curly. Why do we not have 4 rare candy in here, bro? I'm trying to get turn 2 candy Guardy, and I'm trying to start swinging. Why do we have 2 Curlias and 3 rare candies when we could be playing 4 rare candies and just 1 Curlia? Like, what are we doing here? Monkey Dories, of course, still. Drifloon, Screamtail, usual suspects. Mew plus Pheasantipity for draw power now. The Badoo to slow things down, potentially still in the early game. And then there's a Clefairy here. Got that way to 1-hit KO, the Dragapult. But this deck doesn't have Area 0. So Dragapult can play around Clefairy from Gardevoir. But I guess the Monkey Dories could maybe make up for that, right? So we're doing... What is this doing? 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. 20 plus. So we can get 120 on our side guaranteed. Which is only 240. If they have 1 bench Pokemon, we're looking at 260. You attack with Guardy. Oh, that's right. It changes the weakness of the Dragon Pokemon to play to Psychic. Not just for the Clefairy, but for everyone. All right, true. I definitely forgot that. I'm not going to lie. This build loses to Badoo, so... Oh, that's true. I guess maybe that's a reason you have to lean a little bit heavier into Curlia. But there's no Team Evo in here. Why would you not play a Team Evo? Just play a Team Evo, right? Isn't Team Evo your out to... Shouldn't that be your out to dealing with Badoos, is playing a Team Evo? The lack of Team Evo here is weird. Despite running double Curlia. There's still 3 Arven in this build. But there is 3 Bravery Charm. Protect the squad. The lack of Evo is troubling. But I could see that being a good enough reason to play 2 Curlia, to be honest. Like... yeah. I could see that being a good enough reason to play 2 Curlia is to deal with Badoo. But I think you should have a Team Evo in here as well for sure. And then I've seen quite a few different A-specs in these post-rotation Guardy builds. This one is rocking the blender. Discard 5 cards from your deck. So you're just trying to get 5 psychic energy in the discard pile. Be aggressive with that. Have that as an option. Seems okay. Still heavy on the counter catcher. I feel like Gardevoir is becoming, it has to be a more aggressive deck this format. But still playing 2 counter catcher and a boss and 2 professor's research and then 4 night stretcher. Although the night stretcher is kind of cool because it does combo with Brilliant Blender. So you can like Brilliant Blender away like Gardevoir EX and then night stretcher Gardevoir candy into Gardevoir start attacking with something. So that is kind of cool. That combo there. 4 Poffin, of course, some Artisan. Everyone's playing these Artisans, but I haven't really seen like a stadium that needs to be countered. Oh no, I guess Jamming Towers, right? Like, this one doesn't have Jamming Tower, but most of the Archaludons we've seen have Jamming Tower. All right, what else is worth looking at here? Palafin. All right, let's take a look at the Palafin deck. Does Palafin lose anything with rotation? Like crazy? Vault plays 2 jamming. Oh, do they? Okay, that'd be a good enough reason, yeah. Irida? Ooh, it does lose Irida. Here we go, Palafin. Only 2 0 to hero Palafins. I guess they do get shuffled back in the deck. We don't have Irida anymore. There's 4 Ultra Ball. It is playing the Weavile. So anyone who doesn't know what this combo does, you use Petchy X? Yeah, you use Petchy X to push Weavile in the active, and then Weavile says once during your turn when this Pokemon goes from your bench to the active, you switch one of your opponent's bench basic Pokemon to the active. You grab that, bring it to the active, and then Palafin hits for 250, so you're like 1 KOing Pheasantippides. I guess there's like a lot less liabilities now though, right? It's like Pheasantipede and Mew, but there's no Rotom, there's no Luminion. Squawkabilly is still there as a liability, but this guy definitely lost a lot of value with rotation for sure. 2-2 to Dunsparce for draw power, I guess. And then he's playing one of this Palafin for the, got the Jet Punch for 30. It's just like a 1 prize there. You can also Justice Kick for 210 if you can build up enough energy and play. There's a Monkey Dory in here. What for like new cards? Anything crazy? Maximum Belts over hitting for 300. And there is a 1 of Gravity Mountain, of course. Gotta have the Gravity Mountain. But how are we finding it? Dude, how are you ever finding this Gravity Mountain? You're just not, you have to just like naturally draw into it off Iono. That's it? You have draw power with Fez and Dun, but like, I don't think we're seeing this thing. It feels like we're not seeing this. If we had 2, I'd come around on a little bit if we had 2 of them in here. Drawn into it every time. Squawks and Clefairy. Well, no one's gonna be benching Clefairy against this deck though. All right, let's see, anything else worth? A Hydreigon deck? Hydrapple? Nothing crazy though, right? Yeah, I didn't expect anything too crazy. About what I expected from a Hydrapple deck. We might not see many Hydreigon builds though, so let's take a look at this one. Is there anything crazy going on here though, or is it just kind of Hydreigon? It looks like just Hydreigon, right? This is what we've come to expect from Hydreigon. Nothing wild. What is this? You can only use this card if you discard a card from your hand. Draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. What? That seems terrible. Is that really better? When are you playing this card? When are you doing that? Wouldn't we rather just have like a 4th Iono? Yeah, we're not playing that card. All right, let's take a look at this one. Anything crazy going on in this one? Ooh, hold up. We vengeful 3 of them. 3 vengeful punch. Wait, when are these things triggering? Oh wait, is this anti? Oh wait, this is how you beat Raging Ball. Wait, but that doesn't. Raging Ball plays Jamming Tower, right? Is this literally just for the Raging Ball matchup? Pikachu EX. Oh, and Pikachu EX, bro. We got him, bro. Wait, genius. Oh my gosh. You maybe switch over to Twitch chat over YouTube since you do not read those comments. No, I do. I read all the comments. There's just like periods of time where I'm not replying because I'm talking. Clef 100% should be in that deck with so much Fan Rotom. Also, Blender and 4 Stretcher becomes a sweet combo to get any. Klefki does seem pretty good though, actually. Now that you mentioned it, iChance. Yeah, Klefki does seem kind of good. For anyone who doesn't know what Vengeful Punch does, if the Pokemon on this card attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put 4 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. So that lines up, so then your 220 KOs Raging Bolt. It also means if this thing dies to a Pikachu, you can respond KO the Pikachu. It kind of makes me think, between this and like potential Maximum Belt, is Arven Archaludon the move? Is Arven's Archaludon the move? That could be the move. Let's find these tool cards. There's also, I mean, if I'm playing a research a Research and Iona over 2 turns and I play 3 Vengeful Punch, I better find one of them, right? I'm finding a Vengeful Punch. So if we're playing 3 of them, of course. I appreciate 20 months there, Team Abra. Dude, if I lost to a Vengeful Punch, I would rage so hard. Yeah, the Vengeful Punch is interesting. It's cool though. It does have like function, right? It is useful. So I like that. All right, Dragapult. Let's take a look at these Dragapults real fast. No, it is still just Dusknoir, Brock. Okay, Unfair Stamp. EXP share? Hey, I don't want to... I'm not trying to brag or anything. I might have been the first person to put EXP share in Dragapult. I'm just saying that. I just wanted to put that out there. I might have been the first. Because I did it back like when the card first came out, I think. I don't remember. I just want that to be known, okay? All right, here we go. Here. Oh, this is Raging Bolt. Okay, is this also Raging Bolt? Okay, I was gonna say we haven't seen a Raging Bolt deck yet. Let's take a look at him though. Let's take a look at what Raging Bolt's doing. So it is the owl build now. Okay, someone explain to me, what are we doing with this thick owl? Why we got the thick boy in here? 80 HP, 2 retreat cost. I mean, we do play Latias. What is the merit for the thick boy? Survives Rotom attack. Ooh, he do be tanking the Rotom attack. That is true. He lives the 70. Oh. No Poffin anyways. Also true. No Poffins, yeah. Halucha prevention. It can't be Halucha cheesed. Okay, yeah, I guess because we're not playing Poffin. That's got to be the main thing, right? It's like, well, we're not playing Poffin, so we may as well play the thick one, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. That does make sense. So, for anyone who's curious what Raging Bolt looks like after rotation, not this exact 60, obviously, but this is what I've mostly seen. Go into the Area 0 plus Noctowl. Of course, you still have your Ogerpons. Raging Bolt's your main attacker. This one has like a Fighting Ogerpon in here as a disruptive attacker. It's got the Slitherwing in here as well. But besides that, it's Raging Bolt still. The thing is, the deck is a lot slower now, though. The deck is a lot slower. It feels like Raging Bolt's a go first deck now in every matchup for sure. There was already matches where Raging Bolt would want to go first last format anyways, but now it's like 100% go first, right? Isn't Trolley better than Prime in that deck? No, definitely not. Prime is still just so broken with like more aggressive decks. But even this deck's not as aggressive as it used to be. I feel like we're going first in every matchup. Just trying to establish a nice board. And then we get into turn 2 Raging Bolts. You know, we take our time a little bit here now. We're chilling. We're chilling. Prime is great to make sure you take the first 2 prize cards. Yeah, that's definitely a big deal for sure, right? Getting the first 2. It's pretty good. Well, just looking at this, so that was that. Take a look at the Dragapult, but yeah, Dragapults are so boring. There's nothing crazy going on. This one has 3 counter catcher, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna start skipping the Dragapults, to be honest. We haven't looked at a wall deck yet, so let's take a look at a wall here. Oh, I did look at the ones from the Champions League, but yeah, for anyone who's curious what the wall decks are, this is it. Melodic can't be hit by Terra Pokemon, pretty good. Farigiraf EX can't be hit by basic EX Pokemon, and then of course you have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, can't be hit by things with abilities. So set up your optimal Waller, start swinging on him, go from there. Heavy Crispin, Heavy Arven, Turbo Energize, TM Evos for stuff like the Melodics. 3/3 Melodic line. Usually with the Farigirafs, like you need to set up like one Farigiraf to beat most decks. That Farigiraf is your go-to. But I guess that's probably changing moving forward. People are going to be teching for the wall decks. And then Pokevital A, man, all the A specs are getting used. Heal 150 damage from one of your Pokemon. We saw something similar to this in a wall deck that was played in Baltimore at the beginning of the season, I want to say. They played Scoop Up Cyclone to be able to cycle through the Fighting Ogerpons. It was a little bit different though. Because you had like more time, but this thing is like allows you have like, instead of like, you could play Scuba Cyclone here instead of the Pokebattle, but like Scuba Cyclone doesn't make sense with Melodic or Farigiraf as well, but you also don't lose your energy that's attached to your Pokemon, but it gives you like more time with your walls. Because a lot of decks do play some ways to attack Farigiraf or Melodic, but getting over 150 extra HP is tough for sure. That's tough to deal with. Wall is good for slowing things down. I mean, I don't think it slows much down in terms of the other decks. It's just whether or not the other decks want to tech for it, or if the other decks can tech for it. Some of the decks, I believe, probably can't. Like, can Dragapult really tech for Melodic? I don't know if it can, to be honest. Yeah, I'm actually not sure if like Dragapult can actually tech for Melodic. I'll click on it. I'm done clicking on Dragapult decks. They're boring. Another walls. This one is just Mimikyu. This is just Mimi, the deck. Oh, 4 Luxurious Cape? Yo, is this it? Yo, this is kind of broken. This is kind of broken, to be honest. I'll try Reversal and Pult. The thing is, like, the Melodic deck has no incentive to get ahead on the prize exchange, but I guess maybe they would have to, because they can't just sit there and, like, Dracloak punch them over and over. You also have to find that combo as well. It seems like a lot. Tapu Koko and Pult is the answer. Ooh, I like that. The Tapu, ooh, yeah, the Tapu Koko and Pult. I like that. I like the Tapu Koko. Wait, couldn't Tapu Koko also be your answer in... No, that wouldn't work. It's different techs or different walls. Is it worth it to tech for Melodic or the other decks for a regional? Depending on how popular and how successful you think they'll be. Any deck is worth teching for depending on how popular and successful you expect it to be. It's a combination of those two things that tells you whether or not it's worth it to tech for a deck. If you're asking me, like, right now, should I? Yeah, you shouldn't think about it just in terms of, like, oh, is it actually worth teching for wall decks ever in the Pokemon TCG? Honestly, that's the answer is yes. The answer is always yes. For Atlanta specifically, I don't have an answer yet. I'll probably be able to give you an answer as we get closer, though. The best thing right now is to come up with what the tech could be for the deck you plan on playing. The best way to combat walls, and then decide as you get closer to determine whether or not it's worth doing. Hazel, how is walls going to handle a Mega Guardi EX? Not going to be great. It's not going to be great for the walls. You appreciate the 7 months there, Dark Snake. But I'm sure there'll be a Pokemon coming out. Oh, no, it's just an EX, right? I'm sure we already have an answer. We have Crustle. The answer is Crustle. We'll take a look at Crustle later today as well. Yeah, but this is a Mimikyu build. Quad Mimi. Got our Turbo Energize. Get the energy on our other Mimis. And then 4 Luxurious Cape. Those are some big Mimis. That's 170 HP Mimikyu with a Mist Energy, with a Poke Vital A, with a Super Potion. Heal 60 damage for one of your Pokemon if you discard an energy to touch that Pokemon. With the... No way. Saguaro? Oro? Saguaro? Dude. This card sucks. Dude, Grant had one of these in his control deck before UIC, I think. Dude, this card sucks. It might be good in this deck, though. It's just funny because Grant had it in his control deck before UIC. Saguaro sighting. But yeah, this seems pretty good. Another way to build walls. Just Mimi walls. Like, you're just all in on the Mimikyus. There could be something there for sure. Here's that Guardi. Here's the Klefki you were looking for, Chance. Chill, 2! All right, I don't know if you need 2 Klefkis. Put a Nest Ball in here, bro. Cut one of these things. But, yeah, Klefki does seem pretty good in the current format. You go first. Take away their Fan Rotoms. Not bad, man. Go first and take away their Fan Rotom. It's pretty good. That's pretty impactful. That's kind of all you're shutting down, though, right? It's Fan Rotom. Oh, Ogerpon, I guess, cycling. No, there's no Rotom. There's no Luminion. 2 Klefkis, there is no Heavy Ball. That's not a good enough reason. If you're going if you want to use Klefki, you want to be doing it going first. You're not going to have Heavy Ball in your opening hand, even if it was legal. Don't you need 2 to protect first prizes? People didn't play 2 last format. And Heavy Ball's not a good response to that because you were never finding your Heavy Ball in the... You need Klefki in your active on the first turn going first. Here's a Mill deck. We're probably not going to see many of these. Or Great Tusk. Dude, I hate this. No Radiant Greninja anymore? This deck sucks, dude. What the heck? Fighting Pawn. This deck has to be terrible. But it did gain a new addition in the exchange ticket. After counting your prize cards, shuffle those onto the bottom of your deck and then take that many cards off the top of your deck. Put them as your new face-down prize cards. That's kind of cool, I guess, for getting like your neutral zone out of your prize cards or getting a Great Tusk out of your prize cards, which was always annoying to prize. Even stuff like the Pal Pads and the counter catchers and stuff like that is still pretty nice. Dude, this deck has no engine, though. I feel like, okay, there was a point in Mill's time when Mill was first released, when it was first becoming a deck, people were hyping up Dunsparce in Great Tusk. And I thought it was terrible. And it definitely was terrible. But now might be the time for Dunsparce Great Tusk. This deck without DTE seems super terrible. Ooh, that's true. That's a big hit. It did lose DTE. Yikes. That is a big yikes for sure. So you're like all in on Sada's Vitality. Man, yeah, this deck probably just has to suck, to be honest. It probably just has to suck. Do you prefer when rotation was the weekend of an IC or how it is now falling on the weekend of a NA regional? I think rotation would be a little bit more hype if it came out with a set release. Oh, it's kind of the reason that is though is because we only have 3 ICs now. That's why it's not. Because right now, going into Journey Together would have been EUIC usually, and EUIC would have been OCIC. But now that we don't have, yeah, like I said, it is better for the set release to coincide with a major event. One of the ICs, but he kind of just can't do it now. That we just need to bring it. We need another IC, to be honest. They need to bring back one of the ICs. Yeah, they need to bring back an IC. Counter gain. You said it will be the same weekend as NAIC. That is true, but it won't be rotation specifically. Yeah, counter gain does seem pretty good in here. This build is playing 3 handheld fan though. I don't know why, but they don't have room for counter gains, I guess. Looked at Mill. There was the Guardian with the Clef Key. I guess the Brilliant Blender, rocking the Blender, skipping the Dragapults. Another Raging Bolt build, but we've kind of seen that at this point. Gholdengo with the Dunsparce and the Caesar. Dude, Badoo, well, I guess you have more one retreat Pokemon in this build specifically. Scyther, Double Dunsparce, Pheasantipity, Munkidor. You could also just open the Badoo. So this build can get into Badoo turn 1, I guess, going second. It still feels weird to play Badoo when you have the 2 retreat gimme ghouls, but you technically can get it done. I think we're just on that one. See if there's anything in this one to take a look at. Anything new, anything fresh? Oh, I think I checked that one actually already. Ow. Archaludon, Monkey Dory, Double Dory, Archaludon. Obviously for the Dragapult matchup. Still Tuturo, still the Palpad. This one is the Scoop Cyclone. Dude, everyone's got the Caesar in here. What is the Caesar that good against? It's got to be, well, I guess it's probably pretty good against Terrabox, right? Caesar's got to be pretty good against Terrabox, actually. Yeah, seems decent. Okay. What is this? This is a pure Clefairy deck, right? Rabska. Dude, why are we only playing 2 of these things? Why would we not play like 4 of them? Well, I guess at some point. Well, no, why not? Why not like 4 of these things? So this literally is just a Lily's Clefairy Doll EX deck with Rabska to protect against Dragapult. Why bother with Zatsu? Why not just play Owls and Ogerpon? Because you're just trying to go all in on Clefairy. It's just a Clefairy deck. It's not Terrabox. You just need 1 to activate to throw off the prize trade. But a Clefairy deck without Area 0 is not hitting that hard though. So I feel like you'll need more than 1 sometimes. I think you could definitely want 3. You'll push 60 months there. Arceus the Grand. I feel like I feel like you could go further, right? I think it's possible. Jet energies. The jets are weird, but I guess you need, do you really need that much? Do you need jets? I guess maybe to reset Ursaluna in the late game. And I guess it helps if you can't find your rescue board for your Tatsugiri. I feel like just playing 2 rescue board at that point makes a little bit more sense. There are successful City League lists playing Heavy Clefairy plus 4 tools, but with Noctowl. How are they getting their energy in play? All right, let's see what else there is to take a look at here. Okay, we got some. This is just what, Raging Bolt? Or just Terrabox? We've seen that already. Flareon build though. Flareon deck. The evolutions are here. Unless you hold Psychic Energy for Xatu. Grasspawn. Oh, so it's still just playing Grasspawn and then moves the energy over E-Switch? Okay, sure. Is that better than just playing Xatu? I mean, maybe it is. It's a pretty powerful option to have, I guess, as well. Yeah. The Flareon deck. This deck actually has Pikachu in here still as well. You got Pikachu, Flareon, Sylveon. Flareon, for anyone who doesn't know, is like the best evolution, I guess I would say, probably overall. 130 for Fire Colorless. Search your deck for 2 basic energy cards and attach them to one of your Pokemon on the shelf of your deck. And then Fire, Water, Lightning, 280. Can't attack next turn. It's a pretty big hit, though. What's kind of unfortunate about the honestly, what's kind of unfortunate about this deck is it doesn't attack turn 1. Like this Eevee, for anyone who doesn't know, can evolve if it's in the active spot during your first turn, but that combo just doesn't happen, right? Like turn 1 going second, you're never turn 1 attacking with Flareon, which kind of sucks. Like it's just never happening. It could happen, but it's probably not happening, which kind of sucks. There's like too much stuff to come together. I played both variants of the Slowking, and I think the Teal Mask is more consistent. Teal Mask Slowking? Eevee is good because you go from a single prize board immediately to a Flareon. Well, yeah, you can like bench Eevee, put in the active evolve to Flareon in a single turn, which is cool. But I feel, but you're not doing it like turn 1 going second is what I mean. Like that's kind of unfortunate. The deck can't abuse that. Well, the best way to play it. I'm sure you could build like a turbo build that probably can pull it off a decent amount of the time, but it feels like it's not happening. Yeah, the biggest thing is like getting this thing in the active. Getting this thing in the active is the hard part. You have to open the thing. If you don't open it, you need to get it and then switch into it and then have Flareon and then have Energy Return and then have Crystal or Crispin. It's like too many things. Obviously, Fan Rotom, Noctowls. This one is also playing Water Pond. Gotta play the Water Pond. It's a broken card. If you can play it, you play it. And then 1 EVEX, which I forget what this thing does. It's just a tankier Eevee, basically, right? Keeps your energy a little bit safer, probably. Something like that. Heavy on the Crispin. It is always cool. This is one thing I do like about the Pokemon TCG. In terms of... It feels... And this is like another thing to like kind of... I don't know. Like some cards like Crispin come out and people like talk about them early. And the Crispin didn't have like that. It was a good card in the format before rotation. But now it's like one of the biggest cards post-rotation. I don't know. It's just really cool to see the evolution of the game like that. Let's take a look at this other Flareon list here. See if it's that different. Doesn't look like it. This is honestly a deck where this makes a little bit more sense. The Kirano, however you pronounce this thing. This makes a lot more sense because you can Noctowl for it turn 2 and then find a bunch of EXs. It makes a lot more sense. This one has the Leafeon EX. Grass, Fire, Water, 230. Heal 100 damage from each of your bench Pokemon. That's a lot. This is actually like a lot of healing. Like a lot of healing. That's a lot of healing. This is pretty good against Dragapult, obviously. Heal off all the spread. And then 60 damage for each energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon. Less good. I don't even know what that'd be good against, to be honest. Because you're not even getting like the 1 KO on like Charizard or anything like that. Because they can just put like 2 energy in play instead of 3. And you're not even 1 KO on a Charizard. Guardy. 60 times. If they had 5... I guess against Guardy, you could maybe 1 KO a Gardevoir EX if they put like a bunch on a Drifloon. But even then, I don't think it's happening. Pretty cool. All right. Let's see what else there is to look at here. Seen all these at this point. Oh, what is this? Future Thorns? Of course. This is... Of course. Future Thorns with the reboot pod. Gotta love it. Yeah, I don't know what is Thorns that good? Next format? What are we shutting down? It doesn't seem very good. Doesn't seem very good. Have we looked at the Swine yet? We have not seen a Swine pop up yet, no. Another Flareon deck. Just like double Leafeon, but besides that, pretty similar to everything else we've seen. Let's take a look at the Conkeldurr deck, see if there's anything crazy going on here. But, I don't know, this is pretty standard as far as... Dude, what? 2? We've seen 2 Irises fighting Spirit in decks? I could see it. It's like a heavy draw supporter, but it's not research, so you're not discarding your whole hand. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Because sometimes you play a deck like this and you're just like, man, I just wish I had a research. But Iris is like a pseudo research where you don't have to discard everything, but you draw a good amount of cards. All right. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Iris, how do you pronounce that word? Canon. Dude. Canically? Dude, how do you pronounce that? Canon Ikali. Uses conch. It makes sense. Maybe that's why they ran it. I'm not even going to try. Canonically? Canonically, right? Who did that? Nicaroni with the breakdown there, canonically. Iris canonically uses... I understand what the word means, I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's crazy that what I said is just a lie. Oh, it's not even real? Iris doesn't use Conkeldurr? Dude, Slap just back here lying. What won this one? It was the Archaludon. This, okay. Let's see what's next. Anything crazy? I eventually we're trying to run out of decks that are worth looking at, but let's see. Let's take a look at another Guardy build. I wouldn't mind seeing another Guardy build. It feels like things are pretty standardized, to be honest. This actually might be the exact same 60. This is like one card different from the other Guardy build we looked at. Flapple is actually somehow getting in here, though. This is the second Flapple deck that we've seen rising through the ranks. Another Poison Archaludon, but this one's still, it's pretty similar to the other one we saw. Dude, I hate this deck. This deck is just like ugly to look at. This is disgusting. I absolutely hate this deck. I just hate this. It's not Flapple. Hydrapple. What did I say? Flapple? Yeah, Hydrapple. My bad. Got a Frostless deck here, though. Let's take a look at something. Let's take a look at the... We'll do the Frostless deck first. Frostless, Espathra. What's the Espathra in here for? Where's the Espathra lining up? I actually don't know. Deck aesthetically, 0 out of 10. Literally, yeah. Terabox. This Pathra is good against Terabox. Awkward for Terabox. Okay, okay. You got the Espathra in here, of course. The Monkey Dories with the Frost. I mean, it's a Frostless Monkey Dory deck with Badoo. Like, obviously, that's like the main combo. Ursaluna for the late game. Espathra, I guess, is good against Water Pond mostly. Yeah, sure. I could see it. I could see it. I could see it. What is this? If it's in the active spot and is damaged by an attack, the attacker takes 6 damage counters. During your next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. Oh, it's mostly here for the corner, right? But also, it's an active anti-Badoo. It's mostly there for the retreat lock for sure, though. It's not there for the ability. 2 TM Devo. All right, this is kind of cool. A Gravity Gemstone. It's cool. It's cool. Yo. No. It could, though. Does Banette Guard Force survive? No way. No way. All right, let's take a look at these Charizard decks. Anything crazy going on here? Charizard, Pidgeot. You got this guy. If there's a stadium place, it does 60 more damage to discard the stadium. It's a one. It's just. Is this just to have a 1-prize attacker? What the heck is this thing for? Yeah, what is this thing for? I'm sure Poland will find a way. I'm not sure if they will this time, to be honest. I think they're done. They're cooked. Discard the Terra Stadium. Cornerstone. I guess you could attack with this twice into a Cornerstone. There's got to be a better answer. For Grass Pond? Ooh, it does kill Grass Ogre Pond. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. It allows you to win the trade against Grass Ogre Pond. True, true, true. It's a Dusknoir build. Pidgeot. Man, I feel like they should just cut the Dusknoirs, bro. Get a Rabska in here. We got TM Evo. Cut the Dusknoir stuff. Get a Rabska in here. What are we doing? I feel like this is trolling, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Do Japan players play different? What do you mean? The answer is probably no to whatever your follow-up is. The answer to your question on its face is no. But it doesn't play its own stadium? That's true. I guess you're hoping they have an Area 0 in play, but what if they just don't? What if they just don't have an Area 0 in play? 3 rare candy? There is only 3 rare candy. That's cringe. The 3 rare candy is also pretty cringe. We do have Team Evo to kind of supplement our early turns, I guess, but... Why do people play Chi-Yu instead of Ho-Oh from Surging Sparks? Not sure, but I also don't know what the Ho-Oh does. Okay, let's take a look at these other Charizard builds here. Terrazard, dude, I hate, this is such a ugly looking deck, man. Like Terrazard with, you got the Water Pond. Like, should you even have Charizard? Why do we have Charizard in here? It's basically trying to be Terabox. Dude, people just love forcing Charizard into stuff, bro. It's crazy. People are just like, yeah, there's like a better way to play Terabox, but what if Charizard was my Terra in the box? Like, this is gross, man. I hate this. I hate everything about this. All right, Charizard to Dunsparce. Do I like this one anymore? I mean, it's Charizard with the Dunsparce instead of Pidgeot with Enriching Energy, bro. The Enriching Energy can't be it, bro. The Enriching Energy cannot be the ace spec of choice in a Charizard deck, bro. Unfair Stamp? Wait, what are the other good ones? Hero's Cape? Hero's Cape is also good in Charizard. What does the card do? Yeah, Enriching Energy, for anyone who doesn't know, when you attach this card from your hand to a Pokemon, you draw 4 cards. But Charizard doesn't need to see that many cards. You candy out your Charizard and that's it. You're like, all right, I'm good. All right, I got it. No Arven. It is a no Arven build. That's a good point there. Researches and Ionos. Gotta have the Briar, of course. Gotta have the Briar. This one also has a Chi-Yu, but dude, they can't even. What is the better Chi-Yu? If any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn, this attack does 90 more damage. Oh, this Chi-Yu I feel like makes more sense. I feel like this Chi-Yu makes a lot more sense for sure. And obviously with the Enriching Energy with Charizard, you don't need to attach for turn to Charizard because Charizard gets you your energy. So you have the flexibility to attach this for turn, but I just can't see this being it, bro. I cannot see Enriching Energy being it. Who knows though? Maybe it is. How does it set up? Just researching the Candy Charizard. Yeah, I mean, you got the Dunsparces as well. You get like a Poffin and a couple of basic Pokemon turn 1. That's, I mean, research plus the Dunsparce, that's a 10 card draw right there. That's like, that's a lot of cards to see. You get the Enriching Energy involved. Bro, 14 cards? We're cooking at that point. All right, I love it. I love it. Perfect 60. Catch me at Atlanta playing Enriching Energy to Dunsparce Charizard. All right, that was all on this one. Wait, what won this one? I can like kind of track them. Well, maybe just go through this. This first page should be. Well, we're gonna start going through these a lot faster because there's gonna be nothing new to look at. Like, am I really trying to look at another wall deck? Nah. Ooh, okay. Ceruledge Reverum though. Let's see what they're cooking. It's just 2/2 Reverum with Ceruledge. Brilliant Blender. Reverum, for anyone who doesn't know, one of the up-and-coming draw engines in the scene now that rotation has hit. We don't have B-Barrel anymore. We don't have Refinement Curlia, but we do have Reverum. It is competing alongside the Dunsparce, which definitely seems to be the superior of the 2 draw engines. But Reverum is looking to make his name known in the Journey Together format. It's got the ability Rumbling Engine. You must discard an energy card from your hand in order to use this ability. Once in your turn, you may draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. So unlike something like B-Barrel, we're drawing that extra card here. Now, it does come with the trade-off of having to discard an energy from our hand, but comboing with a deck like Ceruledge, that's no problem, because in this list specifically, we have 19 energy to work with, and some energy recovery. Got the Super, I got the Night Stretcher. So yeah, Reverum in the remainder of the 2025 season and going into the 2026 season, which it's trying to leave its mark on the format, future formats. Yeah, but Reverum obviously not a great draw engine, but it does seem like it makes sense in something like a Ceruledge. But besides that, I don't know, Reverum probably is not going to find a home in many places. Only one Buddy Poffin? What the fudge? One Poff? How many Buddy Poffin were we normally playing in this deck? Is that like actually accurate to what people were trying to, people were playing like last format? All right, let's see. I'll take a look at the Guardy. I'm interested to see if there's anything. No, nothing different. This one actually has a Cleffa. Cleffa seems pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. There's like way, you have TM Evo. Dude, there's no TM Evo, never mind. I'll say you have so many better things you can do turn 1. The Badoo, TM Evo, no TM Evo. All right, we're out of here. Not really intrigued. The Charizard decks are just gonna tilt me, I feel like. The more I look at the Charizard decks, the more tilted I'm gonna get. Although this one, Prime Catcher, I respect the Prime. I do respect the Prime Catcher. And we got a new one prize fire attacker in the Iron Moth. Heal from this Pokemon the same amount of damage you did to your opponent's active Pokemon. So we're obviously not using it for the first attack. It's got to be the second attack. Fire Color is 120 during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from ancient Pokemon. Hey, yo. Ancient Box. We got him. That's a dub. Appreciate the 10 months there. Agree. What do you think about the new Delmise and Gardevoir? While I have no idea what the Delmise does. Does it just have retreat locking? It just depends on if retreat locking is good at all or not. Speaking of Primeazul, have you heard of a swell program called Twitch Prime? In fact, I have, Slap. But yeah, just another Charizard Pidgeot deck. 4 Red Candy though. 2 TM Evo. All right, chill. Now that feels like overkill in the other direction. The perfect balance is 1 TM Evo maybe with 4 Red Candy. 2 TM Evo is. Especially if you're playing Badoo, man. I feel like we're Badooing a decent amount of time, right? Otherwise, why are we playing that thing? Dude, I just don't even want to look at it. All right, let's move on. Another Frostlass deck. Frostlass, Monkey Dory, Melodic, got to get that involved. Still has the Cactus. And then Fighting Ogerpon and the Ursaluna. I don't know about these Frostlass decks, but there could be something there for sure. Take a look at the rest of the ones here. We do have a Hops deck down here, but then also we have this Greninja Xatu deck. Greninja Xatu cycling those Mirage Barrages. And honestly, well, I was going to say, I mean, besides Gardevoir, there's not that much Psychic Pokemon, right? But a lot of people have Clefairy in their deck. So that's a thing. Yeah, Greninja, there might be a little bit too many psychic attackers in the format. But I don't know, with the lack of Manaphy in the format, maybe you can just keep up with cycling Mirage Barrages with Greninja after Greninja after Greninja. Just start to pick apart some boards. I could see it. It's definitely an interesting build. Mirage Barrage Xatu build. I can see it. I feel like it needs a Badoo maybe, but besides that. All right, let's take a look at this. Hopstation. It is the dark build. For anyone who's curious about this build, it's a really interesting build. It's pretty sick. I don't think it's that good, but it is cool. So this build revolves around using Zacian for Insta-Slash, and that's it. And then from there, you're either using that over and over again against stuff like Dragapult. Your setup is Zacian plus Monkey Dories. Get Snorlax in there as well. But then against stuff like Raging Bolt or 2 prize decks, you initiate with the Zacian, they knock it out, and then they enable your Cramorant. That does 120 damage if your opponent has exactly 3 or 4 prize cards remaining. And if you have no other 2 prizes in play, you can go back-to-back Cram attacks. They can hit pretty hard. You're doing 120, 150. With the Stadium, we're looking at 180 with the Tool card. Only 3 Tool cards. I guess we have 4 Arvin. We're looking at 210. 210 with a Cram. That's pretty good. Solid numbers for the Cram, you know. You appreciate the 9 months there, White Wizard. So that's not bad. It's not terrible, right? I don't think this deck is beating stuff like Raging Ball consistently, but with the TM Devo, I could see this deck being actually pretty good against stuff like Dragapult. But it's a cool way to play the deck, to be honest. That isn't just hit for a billion damage with Brave Slash. Because to be honest, getting there is just really tough. Like, yeah, Zacian is not great. Yeah, not great. Not great at all. Because you have to like play with Archaludon or like Metang. Metang's still in format, right? Yeah. How do you get the damage for the monkeys? You don't self-generate it. So you up against decks that can't want to KO you. They'll generate the damage for you, basically, is how it works. You sit there, you punch stuff, you spread damage to the bench, you get punched by a Dragapult, you have 2 or 3 Monkey Dory set up, you move all the damage back to their side of the field. Or other decks that can't one-hit KO you. So obviously going up against stuff like Raging Bolt, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. What won this one? It was the Walls. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Charizard. Oh, that's the Mamo. All right, we'll take a look at the Mamo. Let's take a look at how people are doing the Terapagos. Oh, so this is the Buffalon Terapagos deck that a couple of y'all have mentioned in chat already. No Pidgeot is a little bit of a surprise. I'm not going to lie. The lack of Pidgeot is a little bit disturbing, but it is like a lower HP 2 prize attacker, but is it really that much lower HP? Because this thing's only looking at, what, 230? Get a Boof involved. We're looking at 290 HP on the Terapagos. Bravery Charm. Boost that up by a little bit more. So 290 plus the Bravery Charm. Am I missing some other kind of modifier that's happening here? So we got Glass Trumpet for Energy Acceleration, 3 Crispins. Not only we have, what was I going to say? We have other ways to use the Crispin as well. There's like Monkey Dory in here. There's the Fighting Ogerpon, the Cornerstone Ogerpon. And then we do have a Clefairy in here, because obviously we need to be able to one-hit KO. Dude, everything just has a Clefairy in here to one-hit KO them. The Dragapult. Why Ditto is so good right now? It's just good with Fan Rotom, that's it. It's just good with Fan Rotom. It's not like specifically really, really good right now. It's just, it combos well with Fan Rotom. You Fan Rotom for the Ditto, you retreat into the Ditto becomes Terapagos or a Monkey Dory or a Buffalon or something like that. Or no, I guess like Fan Rotom's gonna find Buffalon anyway. But yeah, it's a way for Fan Rotom to find Terapagos basically. Like, so then all of a sudden Fan Rotom becomes that. What does Brock do? You can search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon. That's it. That's the whole thing. Nothing else. Yeah, Ditto's pretty sick for sure. Ditto's pretty sick. Yeah, but this is interesting. I feel like there needs more Bravery Charms here. I feel like 1 Bravery Charm is not enough, but maybe it is. Maybe you just need that 1 big Terapagos, and that's all you need. Because no one's playing like no one's playing like vacuums or anything, and they can't tech vacuums. I guess that makes sense to maybe not have Pidgeot in here as well. Like I was saying, like it is like a lower HP 2-prize Pokemon, but like not that low really. So I feel like Pidgeot still seems pretty good in here, but maybe it doesn't work out with the bench space of having the Monkey Dories as well. That could be like a reason to not include it. I don't really want to look at more Dragapult decks. Yeah, it's boring. We're not looking at that. Although this one did have, that's a luxurious cape. I don't know what we're caping. That's a big Badoo. 130? Mamoswine, we'll take a look at that. All right, let's see what the swine looks like. So Mamoswine, for anyone who doesn't know, 340 HP, Mammoth Carry. Once on your turn, you may search your deck for a Pokemon and put it into your hand. And then Reverberating March, 2 fighting energy, 180, 40 more damage for each bench stage 2 Pokemon you have in play. So 180 is still decent to begin with. You're gonna get the Pidgeot online. That's only 2 rare candy? What the heck? This is like living off the TM Evos heavily. Wait, that can't be. 2 candy is like, that's not that many candy. And then we play the Luxray in here, which says once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in your hand and you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, you can just put it onto your bench as a stage 2. So that's how you get more stage 2s in play to fuel the Mamoswine attack. 2 rare candy feels fake. And then we got the Garganacl in here for energy acceleration. Just attach the fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. It also heals 30 damage from them. That's not super relevant, but that's how you actually can set this thing up turn after turn. Reversal energy in here for the Luxray. Can't use the reversals with the Mamoswine, unfortunately. But manual attachments. Oh, this build plays Neo Upper. So we have the Neo Upper to... Wait. It's just any stage 2, right? Yeah, so you can Neo Upper to the Mammoth, which is interesting. I've seen... most builds that I've seen play the Cape. Badoo kills the candy. That is true. I mean, I think you still want to play heavily through TM Evo for sure. I do like the 2 double TM Evo and the thick stage 2 lines, but only 2 candy still seems a little bit low. I don't know. Seems a little bit low. What about Gengar? Ooh. Gengar is kind of a good shout, to be honest. I forgot about Gengar. Yeah, Gengar is kind of a good shout. That's interesting, actually. Rotated? Oh. Yeah, this one's cool. The other one that you could play, which I haven't seen any builds actually play, is the Klinklang. The Klinklang says you can put it in play from your hand as a stage 2 Pokemon onto your bench if your opponent has a stage 2 Pokemon in play. I haven't seen anyone playing that one. But there's also not a ton of stage 2 decks in the format. There's a decent amount. And you could do it while you're ahead, potentially. But I think that this deck falls behind pretty consistently, so the Luxrays are probably good enough. But yeah, I really like the Mamoswine deck. The Mamoswine deck is like super, super sick. I'm excited to try this one out. All right, let's see what else we got to look at here. Zoroark deck, but there's not going to be anything too crazy, I doubt. Yeah, nothing crazy, nothing wild. Plays the Squawkabilly. The Flareon deck. Let's go next. What won this one? It's a Charizard, so it's that one. Couple Hydreigons. Oh, we haven't taken a look at a Feraligatr deck. Actually, there was a Feraligatr deck, and I just didn't look at it in an earlier one. We also have a Ursaluna deck here. Hydreigon with the Toedscruel. Gotta have the Toedscruel. Another Toedscruel in a Hydreigon deck. Chill. Let's take a look at the Feraligatr deck. This is a big deck. This deck won the most recent Champions League. Not this list specifically, but this deck. Feraligatr deck with the trolley. So for anyone who doesn't know, the main attacker to utilize in the deck is the Feraligatr. 180 HP. It's got the giant wave attack for 160. You can't attack, but you can put 5 damage counters on your Feraligatr, and then your attacks do 120 more damage. So the big attack can do 280, but your previous evolutions are actually just as big of attackers, and you do play a Relicanth in here. Only 1 Relicanth? What happens if you prize the Relicanth? You got the reverse thrust, you can hit for 30, and then you switch to the bench, so you can send up Mimikyu or the Melodic and just wall with it. Or, and this is like the strategy I think I saw get utilized most consistently with this deck, was the Big Bite strategy. You evolve to Feraligatr, you use Relicanth, so Feraligatr can now copy Totodile and Big Bite, do 10 damage, and then they can't retreat. So you set up 2 Feraligatrs, you set up Monkey Dories, and then you just big bite trap something while you move all the damage off of your bench Feraligatr to your opponent's side of the field. But this deck has a ton of options. You can do that. You can do the reverse thrust thingy. You can hit really hard with Giant Wave. You can set up Melodic and just have Melodic out there. And we see there's 2 Luminous Energy in this build, so you can set up the Fighting Ogerpon. You can set up the Mimikyu. Yeah, this deck is like wild. A lot of options. Not a lot of space though, and that's why they play the Precious Trolley to get set up initially. Precious Trolley to get set up and go from there. And then besides that, they have 1 Artisan, 1 Ultra Ball, and 1 Buddy Pop. So you prize your Trolley, you're in trouble for sure. Yeah, the deck is pretty sick, and it did win the most recent Champions League. I don't know how popular it's going to be moving forward. So I don't know how good it is, like for how the meta has kind of changed. If this deck is actually that good moving forward, but we'll see. It is kind of nice. It is nice to, like, I was talking about this earlier with Manaphy and like the new Shaman that's coming out. It's nice to not have a card that's kind of like a catch-all. Appreciate the 53 months there, Shadow. Appreciate the 13 months there, Mr. Nick. Canceling Cologne was kind of like that card for stall decks. Like Canceling Cologne would allow you to KO any stall Pokemon, right? KO's Mimic, you get to Mimikyu, get to Melodic, gets to Ogerpon. So it is nice to have Canceling Cologne rotate, and that's why like stall decks can be so good now, because it's like, well, I guess there's like more variety for decks last format. Lugia was a big reason that stall decks kind of struggled, but if Canceling Cologne was still in the format, it would be like an easy add for a bunch of decks just to add a Canceling Cologne or something like that and be able to like solve their stall woes potentially. We can't do that because they're rotated. Here's another quad Mimikyu deck, it looks like. Yeah, the quad Mimikyu. This one has 4 mist. The other one only had 3 mist. I think the only other thing to check in this one is this Flareon, not the Flareon, the Ursaluna deck. Oh, there it is. My favorite deck, the Gholdengo Dragapult deck. Let's go away from that and take a look at this Ursaluna deck. It is Baby Ursaluna. I thought it was going to be Baby Ursaluna. We sniping early? Hey, how about that? Yeah, Baby Ursaluna, for anyone who doesn't know, you play it from your hand. You can attach 2 fighting energy to it when it goes to your bench. You see the 9 months there, Naller. And then it does 100 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon for fighting colorless. King Lu in here, 30 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, and discard a stadium if there's a stadium in play. Wait, is Tinglu spread real? There's only 2 Iron Valiant in here. We're not super heavy on the Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant can get kind of cheesy with the Zacian as well, because it does 30-30. So you get this on it, you're doing 60. You can like snipe like Dream Beast and stuff off the bench turn 1 by getting double Iron Valiant off. Like Iron Valiant Zacian could be kind of cheesy, to be honest. Also 3 Gravity Mountain. Jeez, chill out. I'm not sure about this one, to be honest. I'm not super intrigued. It seems okay. It seems okay. Tinglu is interesting. I saw Henry was pushing the Tinglu propaganda on Twitter recently. Moon? Okay, we gotta peep the moon. Is this just like Ancient Box though? Let's see. No, that's Moon. We got the Sadas. Dude, this thing is not attacking till the next turn though. Oh, we have 3 E-Switch. We can pull off. Oh, so you can go attach, Sada, E-Switch over, Frenzied Gouging. And there's some, yeah, Janine's Secret Art. Choose 2 of your Dark Pokemon. Oh, I forgot to put 1 on 2 Pokemon. Roaring Moon lives. You just have to play 4 Energy Switch and some EXP shares. I don't know. Maybe that's enough. Everything else got worse. So maybe Moon is decent still. Maybe it's still decent. Everything else got worse, so... Huh. Interesting. Definitely interesting. All right, what won this one? All right, let's take a look at this last one here. What is cool here? Blissey Poison? Blissey... This isn't cool. I don't know what it is, but it's not cool. What is this one? Oh, they have the Marnie's Grimmsnarl stuff. I don't even know when we're getting... This one's not worth looking at, to be honest. You appreciate the 46 months there, Pokedubs. Yeah, I don't know when we're getting that stuff. I'm not gonna... No. It's gotta be garbage, right? Survival Brace, though? One more Hop Stack to take a look at. This one is, once again, the Monkey Dory build. No one's attacking with Hopzation, unless it's a counter to Ogerpon, which is kind of sad, to be honest. But yeah, there's no great way to get energy on this thing. It's nothing great. Archaludon and Metang are so... He's got to invest so much. Man. All right. I think we're going to call it there for taking a look. We've got a lot of decks, look at a lot of lists. I mean, yeah, that's what's winning. That's what's doing well over in the City Leagues in Japan in the Journey Together format post-Champions League. Champions League happened. That's what people are playing over there. Definitely interesting. Some things to take away from that as we're going to be getting Journey Together next week. That was a different Zation. Wait, was that not Hop Zation? Am I trolling? Wait, what deck did I look at? Wait, that is Hop Zation. Wait, am I getting trolled? The other Zation is a better counter. Oh, there's a different Zation. Oh, wait, in the one of these Archaludon decks, right? Oh, this is not Hop Zation. You're right. Oh, I did notice this 20 damage. I was like, oh wait, does it do 20, 30? What the heck? Search your deck for a basic metal energy and attach it. Does 210. Okay. This is your... What does this come from? Starter decks, generations, SVM. Oh, do we just not have this card yet? We just don't have this card yet, right? This is a new deck. It's a new card that we don't have. It isn't legal in Journey. Oh, so we won't even have this. It comes out in May as a tin? Bro, that stuff is so cringe, bro. That's so cringe. All right, I need to go get some food, though. I'm getting kind of hungry. So I'll be right back. When I get back, we're going to take a look at... What time is it? I want to take a look at these decks. But to be honest, we probably need to do the buy list first, because I do want to do that. I do want to do the buy list. So when I get back, we're going to do the buy list, and then maybe we'll start to take a look at some of these decks. If not, we're going to take a look at these decks tomorrow. Because I am kind of intrigued as to... ooh... Garchomp? All right, we're not going to look too far ahead yet. But we'll do that maybe tomorrow. I'll do the buy list after this. But yeah, I'm going to go some food real fast. I'll be right back. All right. All right, buy list. Okay. Forget how I usually had this. I need to set up a Google Doc. What is this at? Journey Together? How could I make it how could I make it so... Isn't there a way to, like, if you go to TCG Player, isn't there a way to, like, import a list of cards to, like, buy? Am I trolling? Don't they have, like, an import system on TCG Player, or am I trolling? If you exported a list from PTCG Live, couldn't you import it into TCG Player and it would, like, fill your cart with those cards, or am I trolling? On the list and then can export. Yes, you can do that. Oh, I could just build it on Limitless. You're right. How do you? Where do you go on once you're on TCG Player? Where do you go? So I can see what it looks like. Yeah, where do you go to do that? It's the TCG Player website / mass entry. It's a button on Limitless's deck builder to mass export. TCGplayer.com / mass entry. Wait, let me see what it looks like on Limitless. Hold up. But on Limitless shows you total prices, but I don't know if you can export it. TCG Player. Yeah, I want to be able to pull it up in TCG Player. Just being able to do it the other thing doesn't really make a difference. And the price doesn't matter. Oh yeah, TCG Player mass entry. Oh, what the heck? This is too clean. What the heck? Adjust that a little bit. And what does that look like when I add it to my cart? There is a mass entry button. Robin do be cooking? Yeah. Okay, that works. So we can build it on. I'll build it on what's it called then? Yeah. Did it work to put the things in my cart? Okay, now it worked. Oh man, I didn't know it works like that. That's cool. All right. All right, cool. And then I should open up just some basil. So I just don't even need to use a Google Doc then. I don't even need a Google Doc. What are you eating? Shrimp and rice and carrots. And sauce. Alright, so I think I usually use this scene. Yeah. This is how I usually look at it. I think I usually look at it like this, right? Or you can just click this and it does it for you. Excuse me. All right. You appreciate 27 months there, man. I appreciate the 43 months there, newbie, and appreciate the 90 months there, gamer. All right, we've recovered. Let's go through these cards. Does TCG players ship to Europe? I don't think they do. No. I'm actually not sure. Oh, one more thing I have to open up here. Need PKM and cards so we can figure out what are the best. All right. Number one is Lilligant. Your Grass and Fire Pokemon attacks you 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. I feel like this is good. I think this is a good card. I think this should make the buy list. And I think if we're putting it on the buy list, it should be a 4 of. So. Okay, how do you quad? Control click. And then the question would be... What is the best... Patilli? Lily? Petalil? I'm gonna do it on here. I could do this just on Limitless, but you guys won't be able to follow along with me as well if I do it on Limitless because it kind of gets cut off on the right hand side. And then even if I click on the card, it gets cut off on the left hand side, so. Oh, there's no legal Petalil, so it has to be the new Petalil. Okay. Petalil. Petalil. Aractus. If this Pokemon is in the active spot and is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put 6 damage cards on the attacking Pokemon. And corner for a colorless, 20 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Can't retreat. So this thing is definitely worth it. All right. For the sake of the buy list, now this card is like a 1 of, max probably 2 of ever. But for the sake of the buy list, for a card like this that's worth like 5 cents, should I just put it as a 4 of on the buy list? Or should I try and make the buy list kind of like as minimal as possible? Yeah, this card's like, it's like what, a 5-cent card or something like that? Or should I just put it as a 4 of? Obviously for like EXs and stuff that like, it's like you probably only ever need 1 of these. Minimal. So it'll be at 2. Realistic, so 2. All right, so 2. All right, so we'll try and be as realistic as possible. Meta changes happen all the time, so go maximal. I mean, but you could say that until the point where you all have 4 of every single card in a format, right? Let's do 2. I still think this is still a 4/4 though. I mean, I think this seems like a decent card, and you could be playing like a 4/4 line of this in a deck. So that one I'm gonna keep it at 4/4. Amoonguss EX? Bro, I've been waiting for this card to release. It's got that Spore Ball, 30 damage. Your opponent's active is now asleep. Insane. You could just win the game if they hit tails every single turn. And then, dude, the Mushroom Swing, broken attack, grass colorless, 100 damage, flip coin of heads, just 80 more damage. So if they're asleep, hit them for 180 while they're sleeping, clean them up on the next turn. That's kind of insane. It combos perfectly with Spore Ball. Grass color 70 damage. Your opponent's active is now confused and poisoned. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Not worth it. Keep going. We keep going. During your turn, you may use this ability. If this Pokemon is on your bench, switch it with your active Pokemon. If Meowscarada ever gets good, this could be a good one of in the deck. Rising Bloom, 2 colorless, 90 damage. If your opponent's active as a Pokemon EX, it does 90 more damage. The Meowscarada is so bad. Is Meowscarada ever going to get good? I don't think so, right? Meowscarada can help you auto-win Sob. That is true. Yeah, we did lose DTE. But stand in. Just wait till they print that double Meow Mix energy. The double Meow Mix. It gets good if trapping is good. Maybe. I feel like there's better options for switching over a stage 2. I feel like there is, yeah. I agree. I think we're gonna keep it off the list. Nimble. Nope. Magmortar here. During Pokemon checkup, put 3 damage counters on your opponent's burned Pokemon. Searing Flame, 9 damage. Pokemon heads. Your opponent's active is now burned. So it's all for the ability, obviously. Petron is better. Petron only works with dark Pokemon. We have the Gengar that's better than that. That's true. But when does the Gengar rotate, actually? It rotates in G. And what is this? Is this what? I? Maybe we should put it on the list then. I? Alright, let's put the Meowscarada on the list. We'll put it on the list. That's good enough. Meowscarada. Okay, but now we have to check. Are these Brigatitos or Florgatos better? Let's see. But this is an I Sprigatito, right? The other Sprigatitos are going to rotate by the time this thing... If it's specifically for the future, then it doesn't matter. No, it does, because you just want to have the card. You don't want to have to go out of your way to, like, go buy this card. You just want to already have this card. Like, Lilligant here isn't good in any deck right now. So Lilligant's also for the future. But I think we still would want Lilligant in our box, in our library. The point of the buy list is also to, like, future-proof yourself as well. Oh, you're saying then this is the best Sprigatito because of that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying then. If we're thinking for the future, then we need this Sprigatito no matter what. Well, potentially, right? Yeah. If it's 1 rotation away, then we could still have a different Sprigatito. But if it's 2 rotations away, then it's the only Sprigatito there is. What's the other thing called? Florgato? So this one has 90 HP for 2 energy. I guess we would want this one anyways, just because it's the only I one, right? Yeah. And this is like specifically for like a pivot card. So I don't think we'd ever want more than a 1/1 of this. Right? A 1/1/1 should be all we'd ever need. Here's I'm playing my first regional in Brisbane next weekend. Any tips that you have for a first timer? Nothing really. As long as you've traveled before. As long as you've done some traveling before, all that same stuff applies. All right, Magmortar here seems bad. Blaziken. Is there any argument for Blaziken? It could be. The only thing for Blaziken I could see is it could be better than the Salt guy in the Mamoswine deck. That's it. Just really realizing the export to TCG might be weird because it's all Japanese cards on Limitless. Oh, that is true. I don't remember when Robin does the switch over, but if people are going to be pre-ordering cards, then they'll have to manually input them, I guess, at that point. I think I'm pretty confident that Blaziken just is kind of bad and like isn't good and won't be good, but it's seen some play. Is it? Where's it seen any play? Although I was saying, like, what about even like in the Terapagos deck? What about like a 101 Blaziken? That doesn't even sound bad. I'm gonna skip Blaziken for now. All right, Dark Mana 10. I think it's at 4 of. It's a 4/4, right? Because some people are playing like a 3/3 line of this thing in Zoroark, so I'm just gonna go with a 4/4. If it doesn't need Energy Excel from the discard, it has Rod, Crispin, and Crystal. It'd be really nice to not have to play Crispin on your turn and instead just use Blaziken though. Like, it doesn't need it, but it doesn't mean it wouldn't be good. In a style of deck like that. Once on your turn, if this Pokemon is in your active spot, you may make your opponent's active Pokemon burned. This card is actually good. The Volcanion EX is actually good. But this thing is probably not good. Like this is literally like in a Latias deck, this is plus 20 damage. I'm gonna add that for sure. And more stacks, by the way. Yeah, I don't think that changes anything for it though. Appreciate the 17 months there, CMT. At 2 Volcan, maybe. We lost Heavy Ball. I guess it could be pivotal and enough in a deck strategy that you'd want to be honest. You wouldn't want to prize it. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Vital Samba doesn't stack 40 more HP. 40 more HP is a lot, but I don't think this card is good. Maybe in some kind of stall deck, it'll be okay. Palooza EX. That's an L, right? You may discard your hand. If you do, you do 160 more damage. What? This thing is capped. You may discard your hand. The whole thing? All right. Oh. 3 damage. Before doing damage, discard all Pokemon tool cards attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. If you discard a Pokemon tool card in this way, your opponent's active is now paralyzed. I feel like it's got to be a 1 of, right? All right, Ionos. Is Ionos good? That's the question. Tapu Koko EX. I like the Tapu Koko EX. I think it's an ad. Probably just 1 though. I don't think we ever need 2 of these in like a potential Miraidon deck or as like a counter card. Iono's Belly Vault. What do we think? What do we think? It doesn't seem good right now. Nobody is playing it. Nobody's playing Ionos. But is there a card in the future that could put this deck over the top? Being on End Zoroark. It's like a mid-competitive deck. Iono's deck is way too high maintenance. That seems like it needs a lot. Maybe Bellyball could be the energy engine for Raging Ball at some point. Maybe. The thing is, it only accelerates energies to Iono's Pokemon. I mean, you could accelerate to yourself, I guess, but... Could be used if we get something like Raichu V. Maybe. I'm trying to think of, like, I think this thing actually has potential. Cynthia's Garchomp EX gonna eat Bellyball. Yeah, but that's not how we evaluate cards. Altar Bellyball. I mean, that would be like the just Iono's deck, which could be okay. I don't think it like necessarily seems terrible. Dude, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know. Look, the ability's good. The ability on this thing is good. The ability on the bird is good. This thing is an uncapped damage swinger, but it's 20 plus 20. It's so weak. Maybe it doesn't make the cut. Yeah, maybe Iono doesn't make the cut. All right, Lily's Clefairy. Is that a 4 of? The card is not only good as a tech card. It's definitely a 2 of. What did I misspell there? Oh, it's another I. Illies. It's definitely a 2 of. But how much potential do we think Lily's Clefairy EX has as like a solo deck? 3? If we're doing 3, we're doing 4. We're never just doing 3. If we're doing 3, we're doing 4. If we're doing 3, we're saying it has potential, and you might want to play 4. 3 to 4 for sure. All right, we're doing 4 then. It's 4 on the Clefairy. Shuffle your hand into your deck, then draw that draw a card for each card in your opponent's hand. Dude, what is this artwork, bro? I don't like this guy at all. Why does bro have Lilligant as a 4 of? Bro, it's a decent card. That's a decent card. Lilligant is like a decent card. Okay, did I miss anything here? No. All right, Banette is the next card to discuss here. Where do we think this card's potential is at? Curse Speech, your opponent shuffles 3 cards from their hand into their deck. Unfair Stamp, Iono. Current formats. I mean, you got Mew EX in the format. 2-2. I mean, I would do this as a 4-4 if we're going to add this to the buy list. Does it actually have the potential, though? Yeah, Zerosic into Banette. But, like, what is it? My problem with this is, like, what is the win condition? What is the win condition with this card? Maybe the win condition with this card is to literally just mill your opponent. Is there a card that forces your opponent to draw cards on their turn? Like a supporter or something? Like you both draw 3 or something? Because you could go, like, Countercatcher, Unfair Stamp, Handlock into we both draw 3, Handlock, into we both draw 3, Handlock. Oh, no, but it doesn't discard. It shuffles them back. Yeah, what is our win condition? It doesn't even discard them. It literally shuffles them back to the deck. Dude, Chandelure? Wait, what does Chandelure say? Yeah, that's not even a real win condition. Yeah, it shuffles them back. We're just like sitting there. It's a timeout deck. We're just trying to go 009 at a regional. Card sucks. Yeah, I think it sucks. I think I agree. Okay. This is actually important. No, it's not. Because Steven's Metagross only evolves from Steven's Metang and Steven's Beldum. But Metang is still a card in the format. Right? Metang doesn't rotate, right? Am I trolling? No, Metang is still here. And it could evolve from that Beldum. So what is the best Beldum? What is this one's attack? Spinning attack. All right, this one is just worse than the other 60 HP one. Oh, no, but this one rotates. 70 HP. Big Claw for 10. Oh, it's still just worse, though, than this one, right? Yeah. The best Beldum rotates. This other Beldum, yeah, so this Beldum's not worth it. Okay. All right, we go next. You can only use attack if you have 1 prize card remaining. You win this game. All right, this seems worth it as a 1 of, right? 1 and Sigalith. I mean, Dialgo is good for that one event. Such a fun deck. It's a fun deck, yeah. Deck for 2 basic Pokemon, put them onto your bench. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve when your Pokemon to your turn, you may have your opponent reveal their hand and put any number of basic Pokemon cards you find there onto their bench. Ooh, wait. This card, hold up. I could see some kind of weird stall deck abusing this card. Hit him with the Inviting Wink. Then you get the Gemstone involved. Gemstone counter catcher. How much of this would you actually play in a deck ever? I could see this being like a 3-3 in a deck. If you're trying to like set up 2 of them aggressively. It just doesn't seem terrible. Clocks rotate, so I'm not sure how good this is. We still got you still have like Gem or whatever, right? Isn't Flute just better though? No, they're just different. They're different because Flute only interacts with the deck. This interacts with the hand. Saw block is a thing. Oh yeah, we can still saw block and stuff like that. I feel like this is not bad for like a potential stall deck. I don't know how many you'd play though. Maybe it's just like a 2-2. Maybe we should put 2-2. Ericos is just better, but Ericos is a supporter. This is like faster. I feel like there's the potential. I feel like it's got the potential. Even if there's a card that does something similar, being faster is just better, right? It's like, oh, why would you play Counter Catcher? There's Boss's Orders. Well, maybe that's not a good comparison. Counter Catcher's kind of broken. Another comparison out there exists for sure. Flower Call. Search your deck for any number of basic Lilies Pokemon and put them onto your bench and shuffle your deck. I mean, if a straight Lilies deck is... but this card actually just seems bad. The Comfy just seems bad, right? You just never play this, right? Top block is not a thing since we lost DTE. Is there not a way to like... Well, but something else could come up similar to Sob in the future, right? Lily's deck is super bad. Well, yeah, like a Lily's deck with like Lily's Comfy would be terrible, right? But like a quad Clefairy deck doesn't seem awful. But this seems bad, right? Yeah. Hops Double versus Boss. Yeah, that's a good one actually. Hops Double versus Boss. Like, why would you play Hops Double? Boss exists. It's like, yeah, I mean, but being able to do it, like play Research and then Gust in the same turn is like pretty good. Yo, what's up, Cal? Area 0 and fill up with Comfy. True. All right, choose 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. Put 3 damage counters on each of them for a Psychic Colorless. 120, your opponent's active is now confused. Doesn't seem worth it. Psychic Double Colorless, bind. Wait, is this the Delmise you guys were talking about? Dude, this thing sucks. 60 damage? Bro, how long we're not gonna retreat lock them for very long though. During opponent's turn, the defender one can't retreat. Y'all were talking about like this replacing Mawile? Just play the Cactus. Just play the Cactus instead. It only does 20 damage. 60 damage, bro. We're killing them. We're not retreat locking anything with this. What the heck? That's a scam. Play the Totodile? Well, that thing does take water energy, but Maractus takes a colorless energy, right? So you can still play that in guard form. Once on your turn, you may heal 30 damage from one of your Pokemon. This could be good. There could be some weird stall deck that could play like you play 4 Alcremie EX on your bench and you just heal. There could be something eventually there could be something cheesy like that. I'm not gonna add this one to the buy list, but I see the potential. I'm trying to think of like another deck similar that ever existed. Monkey Counter. Ooh, it could be a Monkey Counter. Okay, Mamoswine EX is a big one. In terms of, does this have potential? Does Mamoswine EX have potential? Ooh, does it make the buy list? Yeah, does Mamoswine make the buy list? I really like the idea of it. I'm a big Mamoswine enjoyer. It seems really cool. Might be good for Megas later, too, since denying those KOs is important. Be better against Megas. Okay. We'll do the... If we're doing... Mammo's a 4 of. Mammo, like, the whole line is a 4 of. Is it Pillow Swine? And then what's the Swinub? You better put the swine. We got the nub on there. All right, made the list. Oh, Regirock. If this Pokemon has any energy attached to it, it takes 30 of the damage from attacks. Fighting, 120. It's not affected by resistance. How good would this be in GLC, chat? Because I don't play GLC. But this looked like I looked at this card. I was like, this is pretty terrible. But could it be good in GLC? It's probably bad, right? It's probably too slow. But -30 seems kind of good. I don't know. From what I've heard about GLC recently, though, things are pretty wild in GLC right now. Not good. There are way better fighting guys. Unlucky. When you place Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may attach versus 2 spike energy from your discard pile to this Pokemon. Oh yeah, I remember reading this card. This card's got to be terrible, right? Yeah. Another Toedscruel with an ability. As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, your active Pokemon's retreat is 2 colorless less. Oh. It's part of that heal deck. Set up for Alcremie. Maybe a Heroescape is involved in one of them. Send up one of them. Then Toedscruel on the bench, and we pivot between our Toedscruels. Genius. It's probably just bad, right? Does this even make the... Is like this kind of mobility ever something we'd want to include in a deck? It could be, I guess, right? Does a 2/2 Toedscruel line make its way to the deck? Wait, this is H, but this is also H. What the heck? Is that real? One of? I think it'd be a 2 of. I think it has a 2 of. There could be a deck that like relies that much on mobility. So we go to the full group for the double header? No, I won't be headed out there. You can just Gus up the Toedscruel and snipe around it. I mean, not every deck can do that. It doesn't mean you can't play switch cards as well. OO line. All right, we're not adding the Toedscruel. Cloth, another Cloth. Water. So colorless. For each head discard energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. It's not bad. It is 2 colorless energy to get there though. But we do have counter gain. Dude, I feel like counter gain really hasn't like flourished. Like I feel like counter gain like still hasn't had its moment. We're waiting. Maybe this Cloth. Maybe this is where counter gain has its moment right here with this Cloth. I could see it. Counter gain has not popped off. It has, yeah, it definitely has not. It has not popped off at all. Gas overflow 30 damage. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now confused. Dark colorless 50 damage. If your opponent's, if this Pokemon used gas overflow during your last turn, this attack does 120 more damage. All right, whatever you say, buddy. Cloudfire EX, Dark colorless, poison ring 60 damage. If your opponent's active is now poisoned during your opponent's next turn, the favorite one can't retreat. 60 poison can't retreat. Dark colorless, Giga Impact 220. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. No. All right, Tyranitar, one of the best abilities ever. Like for sure, this ability is just while this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any item cards from their hand. This ability is insanely good, but I don't think the card is good. Crackling Stomp 150 for a Dark and a colorless. Discard the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. I don't think it's good enough. This ability is broken. Like theoretically, theoretically you go second, you Badoo them into Candy Tyranitar attack. The idea is cool. Item locking is good. But only having 190 HP and only doing 150 damage, and then chaining these things like back to back is like going to be tough as well. Not sure. Not sure. Although, what do the previous evolutions do? We could Relicanth with this thing, right? Nope. And nah. All right, never mind. Not good enough. Almost with 151 Alakazam EX. Yeah, but that's not, is that even better? We're setting up 2 stage 2s to do 120 damage. I don't think that's enough. I gonna switch into it. That's like the same thing though, right? We're setting up another stage 2 to do like less damage. Oh no, I forget how much damage Flareon does actually. Isn't it 120 as well? Yeah, I don't know. The T-Char doesn't seem good enough. The ability is broken. The ability is broken. All right, ends Purloin, Dark colorless, Pilfer. How do you say that? Pilfer. 30 damage. Your opponent reveals their hand. Put a card you find there on the bottom of their deck. Are you ever playing this as a one of in ends to like hand lock them at the like hard hand? But you can't check their top deck. It does do 30 damage though, so you could build up damage. You could like Iono low. Ooh, I'm gonna add this as a one of. This is getting a one of. This actually might be a two of. Is it Purloin? Is it two? 2 R's? I kind of want to do a tool with this one because I feel like you could build a End Zoroark deck around Purloin. I'm gonna do 2. Whereas like the Joltik is more of like a tech. I feel like you could build an End Zoroark deck around Purloin. Like you go, dude, like imagine, like visualize this with me. End game, you're only doing 30 damage, which isn't very much, but like imagine if you did something like Zoroark, Gemstone, Iono low, Purloin, 30 damage, Gemstone, so you need 2 to retreat, trap your active, take the card out of your hand, and then you sit there and punch it a bunch, and then you go like Darmanitan, draw like 4 prize cards or something. I don't know, it could be cool. I feel like there could be something there for sure. I'm gonna do 1 Purloin here. Is there no Lipard? There's no Lipard. Yeah, there's no Lipard. You appreciate 31 months there, Calamity. Grabber, I hardly know her. I don't know about Grabber, but... Alright, End Zoroark, 4/4. I don't need to say too much about that. Angoro, 30 damage. Choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks. During your opponent's next turn, that Pokemon can't use that attack. Is trade a good ability? It's alright. Drop Shot, dark colorless. Discard all energy from this Pokemon. This attack does 120 to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Alright, it's bad. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, there was the ends Clink Clang and Clink Clang, but this one is just garbage, right? Metal Colors, 120, flip 3 coins. The attack does 120 for each heads. Dude, what the heck is this? They just like need to put another ends, but this is like never usable with Zoroark. This is like, yeah, it's not ever usable with Zoroark. Does N have a Clink Clang in the game? They're like, all right, well, let's put one more in there, I guess. As long as Pokemon is the active spot, whenever you attach an energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon, heal 90 from that Pokemon. All right. Magirna is a decent card. I think all these ones, I want to do like a 2 of, because it could be like an essential part of a strategy, and we don't have Heavy Ball anymore. So if Heavy Ball was like in the format, then I would say we could play 1, but, or we could put 1, but it's like a 2. Hops, Corviknight, of course. 50/50 one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. 150 during your opponent's next turn. This attack this Pokemon takes 60 less damage from attacks. Pretty bad. Copperajah, another Copperajah. How many Copperajahs? Is Copperajah the most printed Pokemon since Scarlet and Violet? It could be, right? One, 2. Oh, that's it? Oh, for some reason I thought there was way more. Only 2. For some reason, I thought Copperajah came out in Scarlet and Violet. I thought like the first Copperajah happened with Scarlet and Violet, but there's like a single strike one. All right, it's not. There's only 3. Hobzation EX. Hobzation deck is pretty cool. I feel like it's a 3 of. I think it's a 3. It feels like a 3. All right, Salamence EX. Yeah, it's probably Charcadet, right? It's probably Charcadet. Wide Blast. Fire Double Colorless. This attack does 2 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And then Fire Water Colorless 300. Discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. You just put Zacian as a 3, but Clefairy as a 4. I feel like a metalization. I don't think you're ever playing 4 Zacian in a deck ever, but I can see 4 Clefairy. This is a use case for Boomerang Energy. Yes, we're definitely going past this card though. Yeah. For colorless, Dragon's Rush 20 damage. Attach a basic Fire Energy from each card to one of your Dragon Pokemon. And Reshiram, probably a 2 of right. I think I've seen most lists only play 1, but I feel like there's some metas where it's like a super important card and you probably want 2 of them for sure. Yeah. Hop Snorlax, probably just a 2 of right. You don't really ever need more than 2 of these, right? You'd always just like play more Night Stretchers or some kind of recovery. 4? Wait, 4? 4-cent single price hop? Are we like going like... Are we going like attach to Snorlax turn 1, turn 2, Arven attach, counter gain, punch? The ability doesn't... No, yeah, the ability doesn't stack. Alright, do we need this this Dunsparce ever? It is the only Dunsparce that'll be legal when the Dunsparce EX is still legal, but then the other Dunsparce will have rotated. Like, both the other Dunsparces are better. Both other Dunsparces are better, and then this will have rotated. So I don't think you want this Dunsparce, right? You just want the Dunsparce EX. One? Is it ever 2? We ever do 2? It feels like just a 1-of, right? I feel like 1 is enough of this guy. Kecleon 3 color, stealth attack, 80 damage. Flip a coin of heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effective attacks done to this Pokemon. Tropius, Fruitful Harvest. Discard a card from your hand if you do draw 3 cards. Put a support card from your discard pile into your hand. Beckon, Chinchino, Noibat, Noivern. If you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent, ignore all energy in the cost of this Pokemon's Panic Howl attack. Colors, Panic Howl, 110. Your opponent's active is now confused. That can't be good, right? Where do you even buy your cards when they come out? I just use TCG Player. The Dunsparce that shuffles and draws doesn't rotate? No, I know, Nero, but it rotates before the Dunsparce EX rotates. That's what I was talking about. Because that like matters for like if the card would even be good at that point. Do you want like because the other Dunsparces rotate before this Dunsparce will be legal at some point with only this Dunsparce or future Dunsparces. So the question is, should you get these future Dunsparces? But if the draw to Dunsparce rotates, is this card even good at that point? The answer is probably no, unless they come out with another good to Dunsparce. But I don't know if we're gonna bet that much on the future. So just out of curiosity, what are your thoughts on Lily's Clefairy as a 1-of? Or Dragapult Dusknoir? She's pretty good against Dragapult, yeah. If you can play the card, it seems good. Alright, so I think it's a 4/4 Wooloo double. Wooloo. Oh, there's 2 Loos? Oh no, but it has to be Hops Wooloo. Is it double? Is it just that? Oh, it is. Do you think anyone's gonna mess up and like play the wrong Wooloo? Is the other Wooloo better? I mean, this one's maybe a little bit better. Do you think it's like someone's gonna play like the wrong Zorua? It's like, oh, this Zorua is okay, but I think this Zorua is better. Or they hit him with the Hisuian Zorua. You can't do that. That one's illegal, but it'll probably happen at some point, right? Hops Cram, at least 2. I think just 2. I think 2 is enough. Although I could see it being so important to go back-to-back Cram in some matchups that you'd actually. I'm gonna do 3. I could actually see playing 3 of these. Because the way your prize trade could break down with it is you want to go cram. And like prizing a cram or having to get Night Stretcher, like it might be so good I'm down with 3-cram, to be honest. I could see 3-cram being played in some of the hop stacks. All right, now we get to the trainer cards. Billy and Onair, draw 2. Then if you have 10 or more cards in your... What? What? This is literally a card just like built for Tinkaton, bro. What is this card? What is this card? Is this a black belt reprint? During this turn, attacks used by your Pokemon do 40 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon EX. This is literally just the same thing, right? Oh my god. What? How many? They're giving us 3 more artworks for black belt? Why? All right, so Billy and Onair is bad. Black belts, we've already got them. Brock Scouting, it's popping up in decks. We're gonna go with 4 Brocks. And trainer cards, I always just do 4. I don't like really question how much I am. Hops Bag, pretty good. 4. You'll probably never play 4, but yeah, for trainer cards, I always just do 4. Hops Choice Band, 4. That one you will play 4 sometimes. Iris's Fighting Spirit. Honestly, from what I've seen from the lists, I can see the argument for playing Iris. It's like a heavy draw supporter, not as heavy as the heavy draw supporter that in the mid-late game or in situations where you don't want to disrupt your opponent's hand. And it's different than Research because Research is limited to discarding your whole hand. This could be better. Seen it in a couple lists as well. Okay. 4. This stadium's broken. This is like an insanely good stadium. 4. It doesn't seem super Lily's Pearl. 4. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be super impactful off the rip. Ends Castle. 4. I did find it. Postwing. 4. Professor's Research. We already have that. Is it a new regulation? It's not. Dude, I'm saying Research is rotating. I've been saying this for a while now. Research and Boss's Orders are going to be rotating. They're not giving us a new regulation on it. Not going to do it. Redeemable ticket. I mean, I'm definitely making it to the buy list. Oh, wait, what? All right, well, Robin has this worded, or has it with a different name in here. Does it still have ticket in the name? It does, but Robin has it as exchange ticket. All right, Robin. Ruffian. Discard a Pokemon tool and special energy card from one of your opponent's Pokemon. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I can see it. Could be a deck. Trainer card, a Super Potion. Yep, I can see it. It's a 4 of. Does Robin have the new Super Potion on here? No, but we can just use one of the old ones. Okay, we're nearing the end here. All right, so this literally is the end. All right, Spike Energy. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, provides colorless energy. If the Pokemon's card is attached to the active spot, is damaged by opponent's attack. Even if it's knocked out, put 2 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. That, I think, is good enough to add, right? You could be playing a deck that has... You could be playing a deck where... Dude, honestly, this card would have been pretty broken in Lugia, right? This would have been pretty good in Lugia, right? I feel like it would have been. Would it have been? Does it change your numbers that much in that many matchups? Maybe I'm gassing it a little bit. Helps in Archaludon. Could have been good in Archaludon, yeah. It stacks, right? It does stack, yeah. There is no way to find it, but if you played it as like a 4-up, like you could be playing a deck that like, I'm trying to think of like a good example of a deck that, I'm trying to think of a good example. Isn't there some, there's gotta be some, oh, all right. The best example I come up with is not a very good example. No, actually there's you remember the anti-Iron Valiant deck? That deck played 4 Jet Energy, right? Because you had like Magna Basin to enable your energy acceleration, and you just had a Pokemon that worked with the other energy. So like it works, right? Like this could definitely, there could be a deck that where it's like, oh, all my energy acceleration comes from my Pokemon in my stadium or whatever, or supporter. So I want like I can abuse this kind of energy, right? You appreciate the 6 months there, Lizard. But Gadgetvire actually wants to use Jet to move around. Yeah, but what if you actually want to use Spike Energy so you can build up more damage on your opponent's Pokemon to be able to actually take effective one-hit KOs? I'm putting it. It's making it. It's making it. I see it. I see the vision. Also, Nasty finds this energy in a stadium. Dude, that's perfect. It finds our Magma Basin and our Spike Energy. We're cooking. Yes, I know Spike Energy rotates. Or not Spike Energy. I know Magma Basin rotates. Yeah, the card is actually so broken. They're giving it to us and immediately taking it away. It's like, no, it's too good. We've seen the future. Spike Energy's insane. I was like, oh, the buy list seems kind of short. But no, there's a little bit more up here. We got some grass guys up here. The grass squad. A couple more Firemons. All right, I think that's it. Let's go back. Let's take one last look through it. See if we missed anything. I don't think so, though. No Iona stuff? No, the Iona stuff didn't make the list. Listen, this is one of the Iona thing is like one of those things where it's like, I just don't see it being good. Yeah, I just don't see the Iona stuff being good. I would want it to be good, though. Like, I'm like, this being good would be sick, but I don't see it being good. I don't see it being good. I definitely want it to be good. Yo, is Chi and Pow any good right now? Chi and Pow by Excalibur? I guess they lost Irida, right? And Pokemon. Never mind. I didn't say anything. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. Bro, Grand Tree, Noctowl, Sheen Pop Excalibur. Ooh, wait, hold on. You might be cooking. Oh, it also lost B-Barrel. Bro, it lost everything. You lost B-Barrel. You're at a Pokestop. You have to deal with Badoo. Oh my gosh. It could still have its moment in the future, though. Like, Excalibur's kind of a broken Pokemon. Chimpow's also pretty good. Ooh, well, I'm going to make a prediction. Actually, I'm just going to make a prediction. Chimpao Excalibur is going to have its comeback when Megas come out. It's going to have its comeback with Megas. Prize trade's just too good. 1-hit KO Mega, 3 prize cards? All right. Although, I guess, do we have stuff that does that better? Gholdengo? Maybe other cards just do it better. Does Gholdengo do it better, though? Moon? Yeah, but Moon sucks. There's no way. T-Pop rotates next year, so it's got to do something this year. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, you're right. It does. Dude, speaking of rotation, it's funny watching... Because I never really thought about this too hard, but I think rotation is, like, overall a net positive for, like, card games in general. But One Piece just announced that they're going to be doing rotation. And a bunch of, like, the One Piece people are pissed. One Piece players. But, like... I mean, what do you care more about? The game being, like, fun and healthy? Or do you care about your cards continuing to be worth money? Actually, that probably tanked the value. That probably tanked the value of One Piece cards, right? Like, that had to destroy the One Piece market, right? That's going to make everything a lot cheaper, though, because now everything rotates. So the value is not going to hold for as long. They're definitely worried about the card value more than the game. Probably, yeah. But if there's no game, the cards don't hold value. That's the thing about, like, even if the PokemonTCG, well, yeah, see, I think Pokemon's the outlier in that. The game could suck, and the competitive scene could not be great, but Pokemon cards would still be worth a lot, especially at this point. Like, it's hit, like, such a high. Pokemon is such a high in, like, that the competitive game itself could be in a terrible place, but it wouldn't really affect the price of the cards as much as other games. But something like that happens to One Piece, and it's like the whole market just, like, dies. Not forever, but it just changes things. But it's definitely good. One Piece players are upset because they spend so much for the cards. Yeah, that does kind of suck for sure. That part of it sucks. Is where it's like they didn't know rotation would eventually happen, right? It was kind of dropped on them out of nowhere, right? That rotation was like a thing. You need rotation so long-term new people can enter your game without the massive knowledge gap. Not even knowledge gap, but like cost. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. Knowledge gas, cost gap. I mean, yeah, it just makes the gap bigger for sure. That's a good way to put it for sure as well. Force. That's a really good way to think about it. It makes the game so much more accessible long-term for new players, which should be like the goal. Yeah, people are pissed because One Piece wasn't set up as a game for rotation. It gets tons of legacy support for older decks. I mean, when you say, what do you mean older decks? Hasn't One Piece been out for like 3 years? Older decks. Chill out. But now it is, so I'm sure that'll change their approach to... I'm sure that'll change their approach to card design moving forward, the idea of rotation. Well, I'm sure the card designers have known about rotation for a while, and like, I assume future sets are already going to be like, have that in mind. So the 2 cards I think are maybe the biggest questions to potentially still include on the buy list is Blaziken EX and Ionos. Like the Iono stuff and Blaziken. I don't think so. I don't think they make the cut. The Blaziken I almost think has a higher chance of being a good card. See, the more I think about the Blaziken, the more I want to add Blaziken to the buy list, to be honest. I think Blaziken has a higher ceiling than Iono stuff. Blaziken is flexible energy excel. Yeah, I could see it. Okay, let's add Blaziken to the buy list. Was it a 2-2-2? A 3-1, a 3-3-2, 3-3-3, maybe a 3-3-3. Well, at that point, it should just be like a 4-3-4. 4-3-4. 2-2 is fine. 3-3-3 for consistency. It should definitely be 3 basics, right? Or maybe it's just 2 Blaziken. So 2 Blaziken. What are the other ones even called? Combuskin and Torchic. Okay. I had to look up how it was spelled. Let's do like a 3-2-2. Let's do a 3-2-2. All right, let's take one last look through then. We found 1 card we added again. Let's go one more time through everything. And then we'll take a look at the final buy list. We'll do a quick scroll here. We add the Blaziken. So the last thing that I'm thinking of. What about the Ludicolo? No, probably not, right? All right, Iono's Belly Bolt. Let me come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. Hey, let me go back through all the way to the bottom. I think that's the only other card to still consider here. It's not just the Belly Bolt, but the Iono stuff in general. Like the last thing to really consider here. Get to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything down here we want. Dude, honestly though, the more I think about it, the more I think that I can make this thing work maybe. Counter gain. EXP share. Go second. Badoo plus attach. The T-Tar online. Dude, constant item lock is pretty good. I mean, people play boss and counter catcher. Reversal energy? I don't know about reversal energy. I could see it though. I feel like counter gain just works too smoothly with this, but the ability is just too good. But like, you look at like this didn't pop out a single time in any of the results we looked at from Japan. Like, the ability is insane. The ability is absolutely insane for sure. We've had Vileplume in the past, but Vileplume shut down both players' items. Now they can gust around it and get access to the items again, but that's true. They can't prime catcher or counter catcher. Can't nest ball for bundle to move it. It has to be boss. We had Gothitelle. Ooh, we did have Gothitelle, you're right. Yeah, we did. Oh, and Trevenant, right? And Trevenant was the same thing as well. Yeah, we did have Gothitelle and Trev. The one that always comes to mind for me for some reason when I look at that card is Vileplume, but yeah, we did have the other two. We definitely had similar abilities in the past. Dude, I always forget about cards. Like, I just don't remember. I don't retain the full information of the Pokemon TCG. Like, I completely forgot about Trevenant and, what was it? Gothitelle. I completely forgot about those cards. I completely forgot that. I was like, man, this T-Tar is freaking broken, bro. This ability's insane. They didn't print out a good attacker. And then Trevenant was literally an attacking deck. Gothitelle, not so much, but, all right, Iono stuff. I don't think Iono stuff makes the cut. I don't think it makes the cut. I want it to be good. I'm not saying it. I don't want it to be good, you know? But yeah, I don't think it's there. Okay. I think that's it. That's going to be the list. So again, got the Maractus. Meowscarada could be a pivot card at some point. 4-4 Darmanitan for the Ends deck. Volcanian's pretty good. The ability's pretty good. Just plus 20 damage could be pretty good. Also, like, does stuff like it breaks Pikachu and stuff like that. Like, the Pikachu's ability. So you can, like, burn it, KO it. The ability makes them survive and then they die by burn damage. So, Delta could have its place. And Zoroark deck is a tech card. Coco could be a tech card. Clefairy could be a tech card. Be something here with the Rabombi. The ability's good. We're betting on Mamoswine. Purloin. I think the Purloin, there could be something cheesy with Zoroark for sure. 4-4 Zoroark, of course. Magearna, Hops. 2 Reshiram. The other Hops stuff. 1 to Dunsparce EX. And then, yeah, 4 of most of the trainers. Except the really bad ones. And then I guess, let me move Blaziken up here. And then, yeah, we'll put a little bit on Blaziken here. Lock it in. All right, that's it. Journey Together buy list. What is the most journeying together card out of the cards we put in the buy list? Which card is journeying together the hardest? Gotta pick a what's it called? Clefairy? All right, Clefairy it is. All right, I will put this in the Discord and then I'll post a YouTube video probably tomorrow with like my set review plus buy list. So yeah, the link for this will be in the Discord. I'll put the link in the Discord right now. Copy import link. I'll just put it in the announcements. What's this thing gonna look like though? Hey, let me shorten this link real fast. The import links from what's it called are always funny looking. I wonder if Robin could add like an automatic link shortener to the import links. All right, I put the link in the Discord if anyone wants it. All right, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna start tomorrow's stream with what are we gonna do tomorrow? We're gonna take a look at some of the winning deck set from City Leagues. From the newest set. We'll take a look at those to begin with, and then we're gonna work on some Journey Together decks. Gonna do a dude stream on Thursday, and then probably work on some more Journey Together decks on Friday. And then I'm also gonna play in the Doom tournament. I kind of feel like playing in a tournament. Actually, I might not play in the Doom tournament because I have to wake up early on Saturday for the. Ooh, okay, so I'm probably not gonna play in the Doom tournament because I have to wake up early on Saturday for Stockholm. We're gonna watch Stockholm, watch party Stockholm on Saturday and Sunday. Ooh, so I probably won't play the Doom tournament. That's unfortunate. Okay, that's fine. All right. But yeah, catch y'all tomorrow. And that's the plans for the rest of the week. Let me find someone to rate here before I log off. Card Game Live. Who's on? Recognize any names? I might just send you all off into the abyss. Yeah, I'm just gonna abyss y'all. All right, chat. Have a good one. Send you all to the abyss. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. I'm out of here. Peace.